Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are in the world. My name is this is Arc Brawl Stars Championship monthly final for reasons too much, but obviously we've had to make some changes and we're moving to an online format, but we'll get you up to date as soon as we can on how it's going to happen today. Arc, how are you feeling wherever you are in the world right now?
Feeling good, feeling excited. Yeah, many changes happening at the moment, but some very exciting new changes as well. Gadgets are coming in to the competitive scene, and personally, that makes me really excited to see how the meta is going to be shifted and how these players are going to be adapting their playing styles around this brand new mechanic in Brawl Stars.
Yeah, even more ingredients into the mixing bowl, but we'll go into that in a little bit. Code Magic Black versus Code Magic Purple. So we've got a showdown of the same organization coming up first, and that's really how Europe is going to be. That group stage, single round robin. Then once we conclude that, crown a champion, we're going to move over to a North America versus LATAM South showdown. Decide who's walking away with the points and with the moolah. Of course, we're still keeping the same system in terms of we're accruing points over the course of the year just to get those qualifiers into the World Championship towards the end. Touching on our first matchup though, it's the sister teams, Code Magic Black going up against Purple. Purple we saw in our last month's final, but Code Magic Black, they're a relatively new team.
Yeah, very ready to do the new team to the scene, but at the same time, Martin, Chong, and Tom, O2 have been playing together for quite a while as well. So one thing's for sure, though, in my opinion, that I think Code Magic will probably come out on top on this one.
Yeah, the organization's got a big win here. It's fantastic to see such a new roster, only made about 2 months ago, get into the qualifiers. And based on the kind of like lag we have with qualifying for monthly finals, they've actually qualified quite early into their career as a team. So it's really interesting to see that. Of course, some players on there, they have been around the scene for a while. You've got players who've turned up to Red Bull MEOs, players who've turned up to DreamHacks and had good showings. So the players themselves aren't new. It's just this particular combination of the three that's going to be playing today.
Yeah, it's the first time that we've seen them in this particular tournament coming together and reaching to this land station. It is obviously a very grueling process, to get to this stage. These players have been really working massively hard in the background, doing lots of scrims and lots of daily practicings in order to get here. And now they are, and maybe they've got a bit of an advantage even because they haven't got that additional pressure of being in the studios we saw last month. That did get to some people.
Yeah, so you've got to play for the comfort of their own home. That's definitely going to make things a little bit easier. Here are your first two bans for the day. You've got Jackie being banned out by Purple, and you've got Jean being banned out by Black. So Jackie doesn't surprise me, being the newest brawler in rotation. Very powerful and a lot of uncertainty around using it. I imagine you need a little bit longer to figure that one out. But Jean we saw continuously banned last month, and especially with his gadget now, he's even stronger, so it doesn't surprise me he's out of the mix as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jackie's star power, her second star power only just came out the other day, this week, I think even. So definitely a good thing to eradicate her. And Jean, very dominant in Backyard Bowl, especially to kind of keep that distance. And like you mentioned, that new gadget is devastating in terms of just keeping people away from your close proximity.
Yeah, it gives Jean that other option. He had the pull, now he has the push. So we can keep him at the perfect range to take the engagements he wants. You saw on your screen there, our first map is in the rotation. Our first is Brawl. We're going over to Backyard Bowl to kick things off.
Yeah. So at the moment, we're going to be having, it looks like we're going to be seeing a double power. And we've got a really strong gadget, very similar to Jean's actually. Mirror combo round as far as this goes.
Yeah, so a lot of long range coming in from the block. A lot of HP for Black, and so Purple, Casey in particular, going forward with the ends, pass it over the curse, and it's a simple into the back of the net. Purple lead.
I love that little use of that Brock gadget by Cursor, just to sort of hop over the wall and secure that first goal there.
Keeping an eye on them now, so Purple trying to take control of the territory. Martin applying a lot of pressure on Betty, who is healing himself. That faster regen. Casey walks forward with the super. Equok gonna try and shut him down. He's gonna do just that with the damage and the first jump with it. But he wasn't able to find the connection. Great Elim potential from Black to shut that play down.
It was a really, really vigilant play. Curse is just showing us how great that new gadget for Brock really is. And he almost picked up the second goal there, but not quite. And here we see now Code Magic Black on the offensive. This could be an opportunity for them as Curse can't quite make the save. I don't think it is. Martin Chong with the goal for Code Magic Black.
Fantastic that they obviously used the rocket rain from Brock to open up some of this terrain here, and they're just able to walk this one in with the use of the M super to shut everyone down. The damage, the flow, it's too aggressive for Purple to catch equalize.
Yeah, it's worth to note as well, in case anyone's new to gadgets and kind of wondering, that all of these players will have an active gadget, whether or not they've unlocked it in the game. If it's in friendlies, the gadget will be live, so therefore everyone will be running that today. And
only 3 charges though, so you have to be careful with the usage.
Very true. Charges for Brawler for each map there, and now we've got a bit of a defensive here for Code Magic.
One of the gadgets, a back comment going on the angle of attack, so he keep himself alive, retreat over to the Pam turret to heal, and then around the healing station with Pams.
Yeah, what choices going into time, it seems, unless one of these two teams can make an insane play in the final 10 seconds. I think that healing turret there from Martin Chong could come in incredibly handy now at holding position for Code Magic Black. Let's see. Oh, it goes down.
Oh, I don't remember, it was fairly open before overtime triggered, so removing all of the terrain, I don't think actually changes much in terms of the engagement. Some Bentley on the back end there, found out by Tom with the rocket, but it's turned around for Purple. They have an open goal right now. Pass it to KC, give it to Curse, the super, the pass, it's going to hold KC, they're going to hold it. They have potential to close it out there. I think Purple misplayed that one.
I'm really surprised by that as well, yeah, because the super pass was available, and I'm not sure why it wasn't made, as it would have absolutely eradicated a lot of time here. And now we're seeing Code Magic Black on the offense, and this could be where it comes.
Oh, great pushback.
Oh my god.
Great pushback from KC, the super as well, but it doesn't matter. The damage, Tom looking for the right angle, walks one in. And Tom will walk away, make first game goes over the Code Magic Black.
My goodness me. I feel like that could have been definitely a bit of a flip there by Code Magic Purple in those final seconds. I think if that super pass had been made, then it would definitely have a goal. We'll have to look back in the replay.
I think it happened. The pass came out early, and then the rocket rain landed on top of the Brock. It wasn't. Fast accidentally hit the super, thinking he hit the super pass, and so he rocket rained on top of himself with no ball. We're going to jump into game number 2 though. Hopefully we don't see any more of those mistakes. Still with Backyard Bowl, it's a best of 5 to decide who takes this map, and then of course the entire series, or set if you will, is in itself.
No switching up of comps here. We are going to see the land change, however, going on the left side now, and Brock's taking the right-hand side. Not sure how that will make much difference in terms of the way things play out, but we'll have to wait and see how those changes do go.
Well, I think it's slightly harder for the Brock, for Code Magic Black's Brock, so Tom Crossfire, from this angle. If you look at the placement of where the boxes are, it's harder for him to reach across to the left-hand side. And the same thing actually has a better, because box forward, he's able to shoot across if aggression comes out. It's not an option that's provided by Tom.
Yeah, and Ems with her range on that left-hand side is equal to be able to connect those shots. And I think that early super that Curse got cover is definitely putting a lot of pressure on Tom. But that healing station for some Bentley should be quite helpful as well for Code Magic Purple.
Yeah, it does also shut down the crossfire argument I had a second ago by that terrain actually being moved. So should make it a little bit easier for Tom, provided he could stay alive. Chong feeling the pressure right now, but that's an aggressive play coming out from Equal. Yeah. Walks in with the super. He's too low. He has to play. He's set from. He had. Needs to find a way to keep them away from this ball and buy time. Tom goes aggressively with the gadget, and he's punished for it by Purple. The pass on to Martin Chong. Ems walks forward. They rocket rain to destroy the cover, and they can't finish it off. But they put Code Magic Black on the back foot.
What a strong position, and almost a goal there from Code Magic Purple. And sure it's been, now it is.
Yeah, they've got it.
With a last-minute goal in the last 40 seconds now, Code Magic Black are going to have to be able to get a goal, or this one is going to be over. This game will be
constant barrage, dealing the damage onto Black as well as getting rid of their cover, making it easier for these to be walked. just playing outside range of Equal. So the M paying respect to each other, sit on their supers. So when they decide to go both of them a little bit of damage to Equal on the back. Over about to go purple. Aggressively right now. Everyone score. Tom's going to go forward with the too much control. That's purple going to 0 match.
Wow, strong performance then. Strong comeback then from a little bit. Maybe we'll see Brawl change next game, but it does seem like this comp is pretty strong. The meta of backyard teams be quite a close one, I think. Now these teams up.
Jumping into free now. It's a set point, if you will, for Code Magic. Oh no, black and purple. Sorry, what am I thinking? Confused there. It's so Magic Arc. Give me this one.
I mean, but you know, it's one of those things that we're going to transpire now. It's very, very close. It's got to be said, and this is what we see often with mirror comps: is that things do become quite difficult to kind of establish that early lead. But Super's looking to get that early mid control here. Equark on the big of the back, which does go down by a super pop by Magic.
Super aggressive by KC, taking the fight straight to Equark, puts him on the back foot. They've got the ball in the cover. The Rocket Rain's going to destroy the cover. KC trying to go for the angle, the pushback into the attempt at the goal. Didn't quite work out with the gadget, and Equark's able to turn it around. Son Bentley, he's the next target for Tom to pick off at range, while Equark goes in close. Get rid of the healing station, press forward, but they haven't got the manpower and they're too far back to be able to score from it, so they just pass it down range.
That was, for me, an amazing use of the gadget by Ems there by Equark. That was honestly a fantastic defense, and yeah, now we're seeing a bit more of the pushback from Code Magic Black here, as the ball entering the midline here.
Yeah, going to go behind Equark. He's happy to just keep KC away from the ball rather than take possession just now. You got the ball, you can't deal any damage, and damage is pressure in this game. Martin Chong just going to press up, being a little bit beefier. They're trying to get rid of the healing station, and they're going to commit to super from Equal. Some be punished by the rest of Black, and it's just Earth and KC in the way. Thankfully, they got to kill the pressure.
Martin Chong went for the healing station pop there. I think he actually could have gone for a shot on goal for me. It was a really, really great positioning from Code Magic Black. They just weren't quite able to secure that goal. There's been goals yet. This is really just position for Code Magic Purple. If they can secure this, Martin
there's
really
the
low.
Tom's had to go in with the gadget. There's no one to defend it now. Some Bentley, he just hits the pass to KC. It's an easy walk-in. And Purple scored that goal with 20 seconds remaining. It's all or nothing for Black right now as they're going to be pushed to set point.
What a great timing to score. I mean, there's literally no time now for Code Magic Black to really go back on an offensive push. And I think it's going to be over now. There's really nothing Code Magic Black can do about this. And it's going to take it to 2-1.
So yeah, set point for Code Magic Purple. They want to obviously walk away with the first W in this series, and they're one map away from doing so. Have a look at some of the replays. Yeah, great use of the gadget there. We're really starting to see how it's mixing up competitive play, especially with the M's, because I know we talked about the counter-attack from Equark using that gadget to push them away from the goal. But it's actually KC on the offensive to start the play, used his own gadget to push Equark back, hopefully behind the goal line, and then go for the score instead. The distance not quite right on it, so he was still able to defend the shot on goal.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some honestly incredible plays now that gadgets are a thing, and just some really new dynamics that people have just never seen before in the competitive scene, and that makes me super, super excited.
Well, let's jump into game number 4 and keep the action rolling, Ark. It's Code Magic Purple who've got that set point. Just one more game will give them the lead in this series. Martin Chong being a little bit worse for wear, but so to Evan Bentley. But it's Equark on the side, opens it up. Martin Chong get the pass to Equark round the side. He wants to go for a fast play here. KC catches it on the goal line, and the pushback wasn't there in time, but it will keep possession over to Black as they carry on going. Look at the damage. They brute force it in, Ark. And that's goal number 1 in a roaring fashion.
The amount of pressure there was extreme. I mean, I think it goes a lot to say about Code Magic Black now, knowing quite well the situation that they find themselves in. They don't want to take this first round loss, and they are coming out and they're coming back fighting really well. It's good to see an early goal from Code Magic Black.
Yeah, Code Magic Black are feeling a little bit right now. The healing station from Martin Chong, much needed. As Equorp going to find another kill on the right-hand side. They're trying to keep him at bay with the range damage, but Sun Bentley's feeling the hurt. Reinvigorated by his own super, will now walk forward. Curse drops the rocket rain. Great dodge by Tom with the gadget there to get out of the barrage, but it still means they've got no cover to hide behind, and the ball and purple are on the attack.
Yeah, a great position here for Code Magic Purple, but now with that takedown, it's going to allow Code Magic Black to take more of a center spot, and that's what they're doing nicely. Be quite keen to know how many gadget pops Equorp still has left. He has used a couple now, and this is the thing that the players are going to be having to think about, is choosing how much early on or late game to use that gadget, and that early goal may go against Code Magic Black in that respect. Having used that gadget so early on to get that lead, they might lose out from using it at a later stage in the game, and that could be devastating. Let's see what happens here.
It's the risk you take with this one, unfortunately. KC going to go down. He risked a little bit too much, and he ultimately paid the price for it. Equorp needs to heal before he exposes himself. Sun Bentley playing further back, but this is giving some breathing room to Code Magic Black as Equorp trying to get in close now. It's really difficult with no terrain for Ems to safely get forward and get into super range. We've done just that. Sun Bentley will lose his life, but now the Pam's been removed as they look to get possession of the ball. But the onus is on Code Magic Purple to make the moves. They are the one who are 1 goal down right now.
Yeah, that is the thing. I think this is a really well thought through game by Code Magic Black. Getting that early aggressive goal just out of the way and done. It means that all the pressure has to come from Code Magic Purple. This has been a great shot.
Oh, 1 second.
It went in literally the final millisecond, and now we got the equalizer. We're going to be in overtime.
That was like watching a car crash in slow motion, Ark. I could see it coming a mile away, but there's just no reaction. They just put it in the back corner and got overwhelmed by purple with the last second remaining.
I cannot believe what we just witnessed. I had to double check the score to make sure it actually registered, because it just said overtime. It was, and now look at this. Code Magic Purple now.
KC! Oh! They do the pass, but now it's just Equorp playing the super. This is the valid. It's two trying to go. Will score that goal, and that does mean that purple, it was number 1.
Oh my word! What a way to wrap up the first set for Code Magic Purple. It couldn't have got any closer than that in that final second. I would love to see exactly how many milliseconds that was. But
basically nutmegged him on the goal line here. But look at this. This is the replay from that urgent session. Look how he just gets it in. There's just too much Code Magic Purple, and they get crushed on the right-hand side. And just as overtime ticks, the goal line connects.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
And the other thing that's how Mama Squeeze used by Mum's time. Looked at the health ticking down. I think Casey was within an inch of actually dying under those circumstances as well. It was just incredible to see.
I've got to say, chef's kiss, Supercell. Fantastic work with gadgets. I'm loving what I'm seeing already.
It's just bringing a brand new dimension into the game, and something that I know competitive players have been keen to explore for a very long time is by making that a bit more open to various other things. And Snake Prairie now is going to be an interesting one with Tara's gadget, for example, being able to see inside those bushes. A Psychic Enhancer, I think it's called, is a great gadget for this map. But will it take sort of advantage over like a Brawl like Bow, for example? We'll have to see.
I mean, we'll find out now. We're just about to jump into the game. Snake Prairie was not a map we had in the rotation last month, so it's kind of new for the Brawl Stars Championship to see what's going to happen now. As we jump into game number 1, it's Bounty, and it's Code Magic Black going up against Purple.
Yeah, Snake Praise will, and we are going to see that gadget straight off the bat by Curse there. That Psychic Enhancer there, it just basically displays all the brawlers within Curse's screen. In his range of view, in his game, will display all the brawlers on the other team so that they can be visible. And there we see Martin Chong with the bow gadget there, which will be enhancing their supers, getting them faster to be earned. And look at how straight away off the bat, how different the gameplay is now in Snake Prairie.
They're almost like turtling right now. They turtle on top of that of the gadget, get all their supers in line. They're going to go for a huge combo to try and do it around. KC's done to try to do the exact same thing on the other side to build up the supers for Sun Bentley and co. They've got the added range of the Piper, and that's something that needs to be considered right now, because while the Bushes are alive, they're going to be able to clear out the terrain and stop the entry routes for Black to get close to them and abuse the range of Piper.
it's just such a bizarre thing to see now in Snake Prairie. This new dimension of play. So passive at the beginning with teams just earning that super from that bow gadget, and this is a very unusual thing to see and very versatile for the game. It's a good game to be mixing things up in this way.
What I think the biggest advantage here for Purple is that the longer the match goes on, the more the terrain is destroyed. By virtue of the Piper pick, they become the people in the advantage because they're not snuck up by this quite team barring the bow from Black. So the longer it goes on, the more they're destroyed, Purple just gain more of an advantage.
Yeah, I think the Piper pick by somebody is very good, but also very low there as well. Good shots there on him. But now Tomo too, that gadget pop is going to be displaying again the positioning of the entire Code Magic Purple team, and it could be a final minute turnaround here with 5 seconds.
No,
Curse.
It's an absolute. Purple have not dropped a single player until right at the end there, where Curse got picked up by Equark. This, like you said, Ark, this more passive approach to Prairie has basically played into the hands of Purple right there. I think that the Piper pick was fantastic, a fantastic decision by them, like just straight up.
Yeah, I think now with the Tara gadget being such a prominent feature of this map, you have to consider those things in mind, and it just kind of completely opens up the playing field when you have a Piper on your team who can just see everything. It's almost like the bushes now are kind of a bit redundant in that respect. So very, very different playing styles to what we've ever seen in competitive before.
Yeah, yet again, new gameplay methods enabled entirely by the use of gadgets.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're going to be jumping into game number 2 real quick. It's Code Magic Purple leading the way. I'm guessing Black are going to have to change up their strategies based off of what just happened and not fall prey to the same thing twice.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely going to have to regroup and rethink.
There it is, the Brock.
Yeah, the Brock pick from Tomo 2 here now instead, which should go a long way in terms of breaking the map up, and the Curse, they're just sitting in that bow gadget, earning a super as well, as our Code Magic Black are there as well. So that bow gadget, very, very strong as well. Super Totem, just to earn those early supers and to break up the map and destroy the various environments to their will.
Well, Code Magic Purple now changing up. They're going on the aggressive. Pop the tart. They were super. Martin Chong pulled in straight away. Equark going to go on the counter as well. It's still Code Magic Black who retain control because they took out the player who got the kill. So they got 3 stars instead of the 2 that Code Magic Purple were able to pick up.
Yeah, quick exchanges there, and as you can see now, the importance of breaking up the map early on, that shutdown as well from Martin Chong on that right-hand side with those mines is keeping Casey at bay. The super from Tomo 2 is good as well, just to kind of clear those bushes as well, but retain that cover. It's looking like a really, really good spot here for Code Magic Black, and we might even see an equalizer here unless there's any late game exchanges here, as they just earning their supers and building up their little home here.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. They're just like basically turning this into a tower defense game where the timer between the waves is based on how fast they can get their supers, and Equark going to execute his a lot better on that attack and push this lead up to 6. Casey gets a counter which puts it back into the range of 2, so maybe one more assault from Purple and they might be able to walk away with it. They have to do it in 25 seconds.
This say that teams are just basically just earning their supers and just trying to do a full attack assault with just every player having their super. But with 10 seconds left, it's going to be Code Magic Purple here who need a goal. Great shot.
Casey!
The takedown from Equark there, and the jump as well. Oh my!
Oh, he's trying to rip, and the damage just dominates from Code Magic Black, and then they're able to equalize and put it 1-1 in this set. So already we've seen the true adaptations of this particular map. So everyone's playing around the super totems and waiting in waves to go in on a full frontal assault. But then whoever takes that early lead becomes the defender. And it's all, like I said, it's almost like a tower defense kind of wave where they just keep coming back in. Well, we're going to jump into the next round of this and see what's going on as we go back onto the prairie, and the hero picks are exactly the same.
Yeah, I mean, this is working, so why change it, right? I mean, it is definitely working out well for both teams. It does seem to me like the more passive you are now in Snake Prairie, the more you are rewarded. So we'll have to see as to how that changes over time, whether teams stay on the passive side of things or tend to go on the more aggressive side. but it's definitely Code Magic Black who are pushed back into their spawn, and a great position here for Code Magic Purple to capitalize, in my opinion.
Yeah, great position with the beam, but they didn't get the full value out of the super totem because they were just spotted out by Tara's gadget, and they took out the totem before they made a trade-off kills. Code Magic Black obtained the lead. They have a slight super advantage for Brock right now. They let him and keep break up the map. He's off to the right-hand side to get the snipe. Tara's going to run at the same time. Sometimes that 4 stars apiece with 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that Tara healing spirit that me very, very advantageous there for Code Magic Purple, and doesn't seem like Code Magic Black are doing much about it. They're just trying to wean it back into their spawn, as I think that could be different. This final push, Code Magic Purple, if they want to even take it, they could just take the draw. Both teams looking very, very sort of passive, so maybe they just here. We'll have to wait and see.
No, I don't think that's the play here. I think Purple might go for this one. Going to put that Rocket Rain up. Going to make sure they can see where Purple come from if they want to go on the offensive. But turns out after that terrain was broken and the sneak attack's not an option. I think you might have been right, Ark. I think they may well go for the draw here.
I think it was a safety move there just to ensure that nothing was going to happen. The right-hand side is still available to one of the teams if they choose to take it. But I think in this circumstance, they're going to go for the rematch.
Boo! That's not how this is supposed to go. That's fine. Though.
It's a safe
I agree, Ark. It is the safer play, and when the stakes are pretty high, I don't blame them for taking the draw. But they need to make sure they just get a definitive lead in an attempt.
Yeah, I am the worst to buy the bounty. I'm that guy that just wants to go in there with guns blazing and just fight a hero. And to be honest, more often than not, it didn't work out.
Number 4 on your screens. Yes, the scores are correct. We did see a draw on game number 3 just then. Some adaptations yet to be seen since game 1. Tom very comfortable on the Brock and will keep on that, whereas some Bentley opts to go for the variation with the Piper, effectively occupying similar roles but not exactly the same.
Yeah, not quite. And Martin Chong using that star power. Oh, it does go down really quick. Great start.
That's terrible for
from
Black.
Sun Bentley. Yeah, great play.
Wrong. Curse has been found out, Tom, as well. So now Code Magic Purple get to go on the defensive, and it's on Code Magic Black to assault their effective territory.
Yeah, great snipes from Sun Bentley. And the map looking like in a really, really higher left. Look at the space from that break of. And this is going to allow Code Magic Purple just to channel Code Magic Black down the side. Equok does have super that you can get into a good spot here. That could come in really, really helpful for a bit of a clear up.
Trying to get rid of some of that terrain and limit the movements of Code Magic Purple as they try and hide within these brushes. Tom, just firing out those rockets, hoping to catch someone off guard. They press forward as a unit. Tom needs to take a breather. They spot him out. The super drags him in, and Cursed. Gadget into super. Equok on the back line does the exact same thing. He's going to get picked off by Sun Bentley here, so it's all for naught. 30 seconds remaining. There's a substantial lead for Code Magic Purple.
Very strong plays from Code Magic Purple, just keeping a really, really good, consistent positioning there. It was a kind of a long play approach from Code Magic Black to try to gradually pinch into that final moment to get those stars, but it didn't work out. And now Code Magic Purple with a really good lead here. Wow.
Yeah, this is over. It doesn't matter. So Code Magic Purple, they're going to walk away with that game win, put them to set points. They just need one more game to go to match point as well and continue a path of domination. Because you got to remember, we said they're sister organizations. There's going to be a lot of internal pride on the line with this one, Ark. I imagine they're going to wind each other up in the next couple of weeks based off of who comes out on top here. So, if anything, this is probably the most important match of the day for both of these teams.
Yeah, I think you could well be right there, actually. Definitely so, and there's definitely going to be some teasing to be had here, and but I think definitely handshakes all around regardless. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking like a good spot now for Code Magic Purple if they can continue this kind of streak. You know, it's going to do well for them. But we've seen turnarounds happen before. It could easily be the case for Code Magic Black.
Also, we got to take into account that players and teams might be better at certain map types than others, and Bounty may not be their game, the Prairie may not be their map. you know, it's one of those things. So the series can flip on a dime depending on how it progresses forward. Just waiting to get into game number 5 of set number 2. We're still going to keep on Bounty and on Prairie as well. I don't expect any adaptations to come through with the compositions arc. I think people are very comfortable with what they're playing right now. The only variation we might see is they might opt to switch out the Brock for the Piper and match Purple, but I see the Bow and I see the Tara being mainstays on this map.
Yeah, it's one of those things that the pro scene have absolutely been just diving in since the introduction of gadgets to discuss between each other, you know, what gadgets are really useful here, and they will have absolutely been experimenting on ladder a lot, and it does seem like this particular comp definitely seems to be working, in my opinion, on Snake Prairie for sure.
So Cursed actually committed resources there to go on the hunt for the Super Totem while Code Magic Black were away from it, making sure they couldn't get that easy charge. They basically wasted one of the gadget charges, which is quite an interesting adaptation because we have not seen anyone make those aggressive demolition moves, if you will.
Yeah, I actually really like that decision. I think it's a really, really cool idea to kind of like just to break away from the norm, to be a little bit unpredictable is always a very, very good thing in the competitive scene. You know, if you're too consistent in the way that you play, then people will capitalize on that. So I really like that play from Curse for sure.
Well, the early lead in favor of Purple. They got the star and the first kill, so they're sitting on 3 stars right now. 1 minute remaining, and it's on Code Magic Black to go on the offensive. A lot of territory has already been destroyed. There's supers on the board. The HP's not there. Tom gets caught out, pulled in by the gravity. Another kill, just extending the lead of Code Magic Purple. The counterattack from Equok can't get the execution and pays with his life. 9 stars to nothing in favor of Purple.
A really great start for Purple. It was very difficult for Equok to really do anything about that. He was on his own, didn't really have the support of his teammates to be able to help with that Tara super.
I love where Cursed is. Look where he is right now. He's in the front. No one knows he's there. Pops it, gets the super on top. Easy kills. Will get caught out. Only giving 4 stars over to Black, but it's still extending the lead and shutting down these coordinated pushes that teams are gravitating to on Prairie.
Yeah, and one thing, down goes Tomo 2 there as well, extending that lead for Code Magic Purple there. And this is going to give them surely the second set. There's really little that Code Magic Black can do now. Unless we see something spectacular, it's definitely going to be Code Magic Purple then on top in Snake Prairie.
It's fantastic play there. So it means that we're going to see Code Magic Purple going 2-0 in the set. And it means that they'll be getting 1 step closer to getting that first W on the board in our group stage. And bear in mind, if you get 2 wins in this group stage, you are guaranteed to walk away with the first place from it. You've got some replays on your screen right now, recapping some of the more interesting adaptations we've seen on Snake Prairie by virtue of the gadgets being involved with these dudes, with all of the matchups now.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see in particular with Bo's gadget of Super Totem, like how much faster players are able to kind of earn supers that can break cover. Like we haven't seen Snake Prairie evolve into that kind of map where the sides are broken as quickly as we now are, and that's just completely mixing up the game for these players.
Yeah, so we're going to be in a brief pause while we move over to map number 3. Here's your map set on... Oh, no, it's not your map set on board. There's some stats from game number 2, sorry. Look, 21 kills to 9 deaths by Purple. They had a convincing and dominant lead on that past map.
Yeah, they're pretty strong stats there. A lot of damage dealt as well. Unusual as well in Bounty to see stats quite that high, but nonetheless, definitely making it look easy as we're going to be going next into Factory Rush. And like you said earlier, will Siege be one of those game modes which could be a more favorable one for Code Magic Black to make this comeback?
Might be, but as we're jumping into the map now, it's going over to Siege, like you said. So Ems, Pam, and Brock on the map. So it's similar to what we saw on Backyard Bowl coming in, basically identical. KC whipping out the Penny instead.
Yeah, Penny's gadget is actually going to be very, very interesting here to see. Pocket detonator, almost like a bit of a C4 being shot out onto the map. You can detonate it and catch the team unawares. I think a bold move actually by KC here, but it's going to be the first push on the attack for Code Magic Black.
It's not paid off for him at the moment because that first siege bot's going to come in. So a level 3 siege bot, we're not expecting the damage to come in from that one. It has been whittled down quite a lot before it's even got into the area. A few body shots being tanked. Will make a connection, but shouldn't see anything too bad coming out for him. It's more about mid control. So 25% from the first siege bot, but a 2-bolt lead maintained by Black.
Yeah, I think Martin Chong's going a bit too aggressive there. If he'd been a bit more defensive and able to survive, that would have probably helped in that in denying Code from back of the map. We see Code dominating those bolt pickups now, and in a really, really good spot to get a second push, putting some pressure on Black.
Substantial lead, and that's going to be a sick thing in. Just need to walk it forward right now, and Martin taking a lot of damage, but Tom's already gone down. He'll come back with that invulnerability shield, so Chong buying more time to use those invulnerability frames on the siege bot, but the damage in from the rest of Purple is the bot didn't make a connection, but he still dropped it to sub 50% HP by raw damage output.
That gadget from Penny there making an appearance, you saw it by KC to break that mid wall, and now Code Magic Purple will absolutely be looking for that last and final push, because having broken that wall is going to allow the bot to go very, very much on the aggressive, and that will be the strategy here. Great spot by Curse, not able to bank that bolt though, however.
A lot of bolts in the mid right now. Tom needs to collect these ones and get a lead over the side of Purple. Last siege can't quite get that. Level 6 siege bot coming in again. And they have a 30-odd% lead in their favor. If anyone from Code Magic Black goes down here about dealing substantial damage to the bot, it could be going all wrong for them. Chong trying to buy more time for the frames. Tom goes on the offensive on the back line. He's going straight for the base to try and deal some damage and equalize this. But there's too much assault going on to his own Ike. And that means Code Magic Purple will pick up the first game in this set.
Very, very strong start for Code Magic Purple. Like I say, for me, that KC was that gap very, very well. I think Code Magic Black now needs to kind of just work on more area control and collecting those bolts, which they need to be. The pushes are always in favor, always the territory where counter push comes in.
We jump into game number 2, see if any adaptations do come into this one. Like you said, the penny pick came out huge for them, especially with that gadget as they press forward. So no other side. Black Purple are also going to keep it up the same with the penny, trying to get an early control. Some Bentley think it might have been a disconnect there, just stood still in the middle. So we wonder what's going to happen with that one as the match looking to carry on for the time being. Cursed by himself. So first siege, just like him. Hang on a minute. No, only one bolt was collected and it's going to come in from the side of Code Magic Purple. Looks like Some Bentley's back in the game as well, despite the disconnection. So they're going to walk this siege bot in. Equark going to have to tank up some shots, make sure the bolt doesn't go in too far. There's only so much you can do. As expected from a level 1 siege bot. Nothing really done from it.
Gotta say that I like that. The shot of Curse that went through the bot. Suddenly looks like he's still having some issues with some connectivity, but again, he's beyond his own connection today, so he's got to ask his family to get off the Wi-Fi.
Get off the connection. Well, 5 bolts in favor of Code Magic Black. There's 7 seconds remaining until that siege. It's not going to be something that Purple can come back from, but they can start looking towards the last siege if they can build up a bolt economy. 8 cashed in for Black, and Bentley's potentially going to get killed on top, but great use of the gadget to get behind some cover.
I love that play from Tom. Honestly, I mean, you might be able to argue one side that it was potentially a bit of an overuse, but for me, staying alive at that key moment was very, very important for Tom, which will allow, like I said before, to hold this mid control, putting a lot of pressure on Code Magic Purple. For me, a great use of that gadget for sure.
And they've cleared them out again. They got complete control of the mid. I love that Code Magic Purple committed the M's to be so far forward to try and wrestle some of that control back, but they weren't able to do so. And now we're a 5-2 lead. They need to get kills, and that's not finding. Some Bentley's going to get a run as well. And KC side, there's nothing for him to do. The kills are staggered. That's 8. Make that 9. 10, 11 right now. Final assault. Level 10 siege bot coming in. I don't think there's a way that Purple come back from this one.
I think this is a really, really good change of strategy from Code Magic Black. Despite some potential, connectivity issues from Ben, I'm sure he's looking to resolve in the background. I just think the way that Code Magic are playing there, a bit, working as a team as opposed to that previous game.
Yeah, great use of work to get that one in. And I can't imagine there's 2 highlights through. It was quite a by the numbers game with the disconnects, like we said. We're going to be jumping into game 3 shortly. Might have a little bit of an extended pause while Sam Bentley give him a little time to get the technical issues, but I'll feed more information to you as and when we get it. But yeah, so we're seeing that kind of like the control, almost the control composition right now is the Pam, Ems, Brock. It seems to be the one we're taking. It was played on Brawl Ball, it's being played on Siege. I think that's where we're leaning to right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Ems gadget is very, very good, as we've seen, for like that kind of knockback effect, but the Brock gadget is very, very good for avoiding the Ems gadget. So we're seeing a lot of kind of counter plays between gadgets, and that's a really, really cool thing to see. It kind of brings things into that new realm of the as if there was enough for these pro players to have to be thinking about. There is now another dimension.
We're just adding another plate for them to spin and keep balance. They try and work their towards the Brawl Stars World Championship at the end of the year. So just to give you an assessment with the series right now, board on your screen as well, so you can see it. But it's Code Magic Purple leading the way right now, 2-0 in this series, in this match. But in the current set, they're tied 1 apiece, and so they need 2 more game wins. Will put Code Magic Purple with the victory in this series, and then they won't play again until they take on SK at the end of the round robin. Yeah,
Code Magic Purple obviously must be feeling very confident right now. Again, they were in this position this time last month and came out very much on top. So they are very well practiced. They are taking this very seriously, and as you know, there are a lot of points to be playing for today. They absolutely want to be taking that victory. And no, there are no friends here. Code Magic Black versus Code Magic Purple. It's, you know, they are putting their friendship aside, and they are in to win it today for sure.
As I said, yeah, we are having a slightly longer than usual pause. So we said connection issues with Sam Bentley, hoping to be resolved shortly, so they can play at full strength and make sure we're having the most competitive series we can. So when we got I'm going to shift focus. So we'll review some of the gadgets we've seen so far in competitive play, because gadgets are still quite new and some viewers who are turning in aren't aware of them. So Brock, he's able to reposition with his. Bear in mind, gadgets only have 3 charges, so you're not going to be able to spam that, but you will have some opportunity. We've seen Ems with a pushback. We've seen the C4 coming out from Penny, effectively, as you called it, just to give some cover destruction on Siege. Is there any others that we've seen come out here do you think have had some great impact in the last couple of maps?
Yeah, for me, Super Totem, that bow gadget that was being used on Snake Prairie and Tara's as well. I think a lot of those things are going to be really mixing up, because, you know, mixing things up. Bow's gadget, obviously, you've got to be in that radius. So, you know, being within that radius and soaking up that super means that you're kind of out of action until you're able to go back into the field. So,
while we're waiting to connect, we're going to go over to a quick interview with Code Magic Black.
As to win.
So I and I play tournaments a lot, and I know one thing in Brawl Stars, team can, yeah, everyone can win, and I'm sure we can do this.
Great. What do you think the key to success?
In Brawl Stars, in my opinion, the key is comps. It's so important, bad, and to know our opponent is important. So yeah, and we know the 2 other teams really well. We played a lot against them, and yeah.
Cool. Do you have anything special prepared for your opponent this month?
Yeah, sure. With gadgets, like we have a lot of comps with new comps with gadget, with and we have some surprise.
We're jumping straight into the game right now, so we've managed to fix those technical issues. It is game number 3 of Siege. It's Code Magic Black against Code Magic Purple, and Tom's already on the offensive.
that additional pressure of being in the studio, as we saw last month, that did get to some people.
Yeah, so you've got to play for the comfort of their own home.
Some at a later stage. Believe what we just witnessed. I had to first screen in late game exchanges here.
Same time, some Bentley who find into Super. Sorry. Look. And they have a 30-odd% lead. The kills are staggered. That's
have to be getting in the position to
hot pursuit of that.
Back in that knockback effect, the whole of Comat's Purple, I think that played a big part in that defense being as strong as it was. And now look at the tables turned. It's Code Magic Black with 13 banked. This could be a really good push, so much for the final push as well, it must be said.
The seed spots get beefier. Arc Curse going to go down early to try and get the invulnerability shield, as Equark going to move forward with him. So that's another one to snap out and juggle the aggro as they wrap back around to find everything apart from the Ike. They're not getting enough damage in. They're going to drop it down to 66 HP, 61. They've done enough on this one, and now they're going to put the offensive back. They need to be on the defense right now. The match is over with the final siege, 30% down. So that's going to be Code Magic Black going 2-1 in this set.
Yeah, I mean, that final push for me to play for, and they really nailed that final push. You know, that push, works on that push, fantastic. And back now with a bit of a chance to come back. We can even see day mode. One more win.
So yeah, they are currently at. It's not a position they've been in before, unfortunately, in this series. But it has been Purple leading the way for the most parts. This is the first time they've wrestled back control. But I feel Code Magic Purple aren't out of this one yet. Game 4 will be coming up shortly, where they'll hope to equalize and force this out for Game 5 and go all the distance in a set for the first time.
Yeah, you know, what they're going to have to do now is to continue that mid control, like I was saying earlier today, and it has been working out. First round for them, very, very for them.
Well, here we go. Jumping into map 4 now. No adaptation coming in for the team competitions. Bolt on the side with the first seed. Of the Ben. The wall fire against the right there. Through easily. It's Tom find the kill, but the couple separate the action. Chon pick up the bolts and will give that lead over the Black at a level 2 seed. Kick things off.
Yeah, a very good opportunity then for Code Magic Black to just retain that mid control off of this push. If it were me, I wouldn't even be going in on the safe at all here. But it does seem like Code Magic Black, do you want to get some early damage going in with good shots on that right-hand side from Tom, and a great super break, which is going to go very much into their favor for a potential next push. I like that super from Tom a lot.
Yeah, you
If it were me, I wouldn't even be going in on the safe at all here. But it does seem like Code Magic Black do want to get some early damage going in with good shots on that right-hand side from Tom, and a great super break, which is going to go very much into their favor for a potential next push. I like that super from Tom a lot.
Yeah, you
A lot.
Yeah, you that combination of Max's super and with M's as well is so lethal, and Equark is feeling the hurt right now.
Yeah, I think he did immensely well actually to defend as well as he did there. But like you say, that combination between Max and M's here, I think it could be a bit of a game changer here.
So we're now having Tom just under the pressure a little bit from KC. And Cursed and KC are now going to find that safe and steal it damage. The chips coming in. Counter-attack is happening on the same side right now. Equark being unanswered until KC has to come back and try and deal with that one. He's forced him away, but the substantial lead is in favor of Code Magic Purple.
So much damage being dealt to that Code Magic Black safe, and some Bentley, I don't know whether you thought was surviving for such a long time before finally being dealt with. A big deficit now that Code Magic Black are going to have to make up for, and this is going to be a pretty strong push here. Equark just trying to use that area denial there to push KC into a bit of a tight spot, and they're not really able to get the damage they need there, and now they're going on the defense.
KC's going to cut him off as well. He's using the gadget to get behind them. Tom nearly going down, has the meter enabled, will drop his bear out. Can't make the connection though. KC keeping him at arm's length. So they get a couple of kills on the board, but they were forced away from the safe itself. They're relying on Barley's ultimate, or Barley's super, sorry, to deal that damage to the safe and keep that lead in their favor.
Yeah, a bit of a mid-ground sort of standstill now as these teams are looking to kind of cycle this. But Curse does get the takedown on Equark and KC on Tom. This could be the final push here for this particular game if Code get what they do get the first game in the bag.
Easy for Magic Purple. They never really lost control of that map arc. They had it from the start, and the pressure coming in from Max, constantly finding a way to get behind them, get on the back line as well, and find them. He's not really focusing on dealing damage to other brawlers. It's more about assisting the Max, assisting the Ends in assassinating members of the team. Tom, meanwhile, is just unattended on the back line. He left the safe open, and it just means that Purple were able to walk away. If you've got two people railing against the safe and you can only put one on the other end of the map, it's obvious that you're going to end up losing your own.
Yeah, I can see the idea there from Tom to try to go back behind and be a bit sneaky, but Code Magic Purple were very much aware of that and just thought, well, you know what, it's just one player on the safe, we can deal with that damage, and they went completely on the aggressive, all three players applying pressure, and that's what made the safe just go down so quickly.
Match point then for Code Magic Purple as we jump into game number 3. They win out here, they're going to be walking away with that first W, and they'll go 1-0 on the leaderboard for this monthly final. No more adaptations coming in. The exact same mirror happening once again. Tom on the right-hand side with the Max. Going to force Bentley away for now, but no one's really giving up an inch. KC, in fact, he's going to use that gadget to close the gap and put that pressure on. Buy time for Curse and Bentley to come up in support.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure now on the shoulders of Code Magic Black here, but nevertheless looking pretty confident. It's going to be said with the takedown there in that mid-range by Equark on Cursed. This is going to put a lot of pressure on Casey to be able to really do much, but he does pop his super, more so for his teammate there, Cursed, to be able to get into a good position, but lots of damage being dealt upon the Code Magic Purple safe. But again, we got a safe rush at the same time. It's all kicking off in this game.
But they're not actually able to deal with Code Magic Black. Tom and Equark have been here for the longest time dealing damage. Some Bentley's getting some in on his own, and they managed to clear him off. And look at the safe difference right now. That trade works out so much better for Code Magic Black than it does for Purple.
Yeah, but not much in it, it's got to be said. And if a Code Magic Purple here can just shut down a few of these side lanes, but that super pop from Tom could be difficult to control now. Casey under a lot of pressure being placed upon the Code Magic Purple.
Curse is turning it around. It's basically a complete wipe. They're going to go make a beeline for the safe right now. The respawns came in just in time. They will get a couple of the bottles out for some Bentley to deal some damage and close that gap down. 8% remaining for Purple. If any of them go down, they lose pressure, lose sight of one of these members. It will go wrong. He's making a beeline for the safe. Tom's going for it, but he gets shut down. 6% remaining. Meanwhile, some Bentley still dealing damage. 1% in it. Someone just needs to breathe on the safe and it will crack.
Casey going for a rush here, but shut down by Tom. This is so intense. More damage being placed upon
No, it's the last call! Black has found it! They just yeeted some bottles. Martin Chong found a way to keep Black alive in this series by just winning out there. Let's take a look at some of these replays while we get ready for another matchup. Current scoreline on this map is 2-1 in favor of Purple. And yet again, Code Magic Black refused to die.
1% is all that was in that game. I can't believe how intense that ending was.
We're already into the next map, mate. They just not have taken any breathers on this one. They want the action just as fast as we do.
I mean, it does seem that is a strategy being employed by Code Magic Black. They like to keep this pressure on and just keep cycling that pressure and not giving much thought and thinking time to their opposing team. So I think it's a really good idea to go straight to the next game, to be honest.
Well, we need Cursed to be able to stay alive here. He's got some damage onto the safe. Chong going to go down as well, some Bentley.
A great spot here. Come back to Purple.
They're going to get some damage in. And now Sun Bentley's going to walk forward and hopefully get that last call. He's just on the max range of his super. Only 2 of the pulls will get the tick damage down onto the safe though, so not the complete coverage you may want to look for, but he wanted to play that one safe.
Yeah, I think a wise choice there. It's better just to kind of like buy some time and... Oh, great takedown on that left-hand side there by Tom, giving a good advantage here to push up on the Magic Purple safe. But Casey spawns in and sees him coming and still dancing around fantastically well, though, and just buying out some time there, allowing his teammates to push up and kind of hold Magic Purple back in that position.
And now they're just going to keep on the mid game right now. Sam Bentley trying to find a way back in. That early lead still in favor of Code Magic Purple. Tom now going to back off to the safe. Equat to find that assassination. Finds two, in fact. This is the window of opportunity. The damage is coming in. Tom's already on that safe, and now Equat does get a spray in. Chong doesn't have the super available, but a bottle will go ahead and land on him and get some damage in.
This is a very, very close one to call. I wouldn't be in any position to call it with any degree of certainty here. It's just very back and forth at the moment. A bit of an advantage for sure for Code Magic Black, but at the same time, it can turn so quickly. 30 seconds left, and Casey with that super pop is going to be pushing up very, very aggressively now with Curse. And the takedown on Tom is good.
Able to find what he needs there with the damage. 48% health on the side of Code Magic Purple. They're equalizing out with some tick damage. A little bit of it from KC. We'll find it. It's so close, neck and neck right now. But the lead is in favor of Code Magic Black. Curse cannot get the connection on the save. They don't have their Barley with them to deal the damage, and they can't wrap around. There's no one in time. KC has to go for it, but he won't find it. And Code Magic Black, yet again, stay in this game and force out the final game of this map.
Just when you think it is all over, we see something different. And Code Magic Black doing a fantastic job. I don't know whether you saw at the end of that game, but shutting down fantastically that right-hand side, knowing full well that KC was going to be trying to get those additional percentage of damage onto the safe, and they just shut it down. And we're seeing the reverse sweep here. It's looking like it.
It's on the cards, Ark. I'm not going to lie to you. It started in the last map. It's carried on to this one. And now we're jumping into map number 5. This could see whether we're going to force out the final set and see what happens. And we could have the Code Magic Black reverse sweep, as you said.
Yeah, I would love to see this at least go to the 5th game mode here, but time will tell. This interaction here between Curse definitely goes in the favor of Equark now, but Casey on that right-hand side now pushing hard on the Code Magic Black safe in an attempt to bring a bit of a deflation to that push by Code Magic Black.
They have the pressure right now. They've had one connection so far to get 7% of damage onto the safe. Last call being used defensively to keep them away while the respawns come in. KC, he's found some damage on the back line right now. Sam Bentley getting overran by Equark. He walks in with a super. It's the 3-man assault on the base. And it's only KC on the back end. Code Magic Black have dealt a mighty blow to the safe. And God bless KC's little cotton socks for trying to keep up with the damage.
Wow, look at this. And it is going to be the final nail then.
They did it. That's Code Magic Black. Carrying on with the reverse sweep arc, it looks like we're going to see map number 5 in this series between the two Code Magic organizations.
Honestly, for me, that gadget pop by Equark was just insanely good in allowing that push to go forwards in the way it did. And now Code Magic Black are in a great spot. They've got all that momentum, all that confidence, that newfound confidence now. They could go all the way here.
Yeah, it's on the cards right now. We only have one more map to go to. I believe our last stop will be Gem Grab. We haven't seen that in the rotation yet. I can't quite remember the map type we're going to, but I'm sure we'll get a reminder of that on the screens shortly. And that could be the real upset coming in here. The new upstarts for the Code Magic organization in the form of this Team Black. They didn't get the kills you'd expect. In fact, they had quite a deficit, but they made the impact where they needed to. And they were able to find those opportunities to deal damage to the safe where Purple weren't able to do so.
Yeah, this is the thing in Heist. It's very, very much not about kill-death ratio. It's very, very much about choosing the right timings to get that additional damage. So that it just goes a long, long way. Sometimes it's far better to kind of lose that life. And we are going to be going into double swoosh next. And this map it's going to be very, very different in the way it's played now because of that Tara gadget. I think that we're going to be seeing Tara used here a lot, and that just kind of eradicates the bushes entirely for at least 3 times per game for each of those teams that do decide to play Tara.
Well, we'll find out what the brawler picks will be very shortly as we jump into the map as soon as we can. Teams probably need to calm down a little bit from that intense particular set and have themselves a quick minute to be able to get themselves collected and figure out what the strategy is going to be. I'll be curious to see how different the gadgets will make the gameplay on this particular map as we jump into our first round of Double Swoosh.
Yeah, that gene band for me as well is going to make a big, big difference here. Maybe even seeing some bow. We are going to see some bow. Martin Chong bringing out the gadget very early on, as is Sun Bentley. For me, that's exactly what I would be looking to do as a gem carry now with that gene band being in play. And now we're going to be able to see some Tara gadgets as well. This is going to be really, really interesting for this particular map here.
They're going to be hoping to get control of those gems right now. Chong's going to walk forward. He's going to get that first gem. Equark walks straight into Cursed. There's some Bentley on the back end who will find the kill onto Martin Chong. The bows start to collide. Equark pushed back by KC. The damage comes out there just to find him as well. So the lead is starting to go in favor of Code Magic Purple.
Yeah, I really like those mine placements there by Martin Chong. We can't really see him now as they're being pushed so far back now. Such a great positioning now for Code Magic Purple to capitalize, and they'll be looking to get as many gems as they possibly can during this pinch here, and hopefully get that countdown very early on if possible. It's looking very bleak in this first game here for Code Magic Black at this moment in time.
They got the center control as well. It's going to be so difficult for Black to come back into this one. 8 gems to 1. They're trying to get the kill onto KC, but he wasn't the gem carrier. It doesn't matter. All you're going to earn yourself is pressure. Convert it into gems. And they're sending back Sun Bentley so far. They're leaving Cursed isolated. He's going in with the gravity to try and find Tom. He will find a kill and hold his own. As Equark now under pressure from KC, they can just retreat with the 10 gems. The spawners will not give it back to them in time, and it's the beginning of the end for Code Magic Black.
Yeah, Tom was trying to pop that Tara gadget to see where the gems were lying, but it wasn't enough. Not enough time for them that first game, then going into the hands of Code Magic Purple.
So, yet again, Code Magic Purple taking the early lead, but it might be deja vu. Code Magic Black may bring it back as the set continues. Some replays on your screen while we're waiting to get into the next game. So, really the variation here, it's not in the brawlers, it's just in the lanes. They're keeping the exact same composition right now. So Bo, Tara seems to be the go-to combination on any map with overt brush control as part of the game plan. Game number 2 coming on your screen right now.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some M's making an appearance as well. I'm not sure whether we had M's in the previous game there.
We definitely had M's.
Yeah, I mean, M's right now is honestly so strong. It would be a wise thing to play. And again, very similar to Snake Prairie. We're just seeing in these maps with a lot of push, just a straight up gadget early on by Bo. Both teams sitting back for super to get those supers in. And here we see Curse with a good start there on Martin Chong. Martin Chong, though, able to survive that. I'm kind of surprised to see that.
Yeah, it's weird that he's able to get away with that one. We're going to have KC just on the back end. Sun Bentley playing around the super totem, but it's Martin Chong on 4 gems right now. They've not got the option to pull him in apart from the gravity from Tara, but that pull is quite short. And they're also relying on Martin Chong mispositioning.
Yeah, it's a good spot here, but look at this play by Curse, potentially on that top left-hand side there, waiting for his moment to just sort of jump in on Thom. Thom is aware of it, however, but Tom gets this first. It's going to be a double suck situation, and it does go in the favor of Team Black on that left-hand side. Casey, in the meanwhile, popping super on Equal, does get the takedown. A bit of pressure now on Martin Chong to retain position here.
Yeah, he's hoping to keep it all alive right now. 8 gems to 4 of Code Magic Purple. They're stepping over the mines. Not going to go down, just clearing them out, but it does remove the shrubbery, removing the brush, making it so it's not going to be able to hide anymore. Equark going down. Code Magic Black have control of this map, but they do not have mid control right now, so Sun Bentley will walk in, grab that gem, and attempt to equalize. Curse wins out the 1v1 against Tom. It means that he's able to stay alive in this one.
The Martin kill was honestly so low, it allowed Code Magic Purple to get a lot of gems now, and now Sun under pressure, but look at the support from his teammates Curse and KC on that left and right hand side that is giving so much additional time for Sun to do his job in the center, collecting those gems. A good, almost a good super there from Curse, didn't quite connect, but nevertheless, those hills will go a long way in delaying this push from Code Magic Black.
Well, countdown's begun for Code Magic Purple. So close to walking away with this one. They just need to do it, and there we go. That's going to be game number 2 going away at Code Magic Purple. They are at, for the 3rd time in this series arc, match point.
Yeah, I mean, it's taken a while to get to this stage, but we are now at this point. A great comeback, it's got to be said, for Code Magic Black, but it does seem like they are struggling a little bit now when it comes to gem grab, and I'm sure those additional rounds will go a long way to helping them in terms of the things to follow. But however, Code Magic Purple right now looking very dangerous, only 1 game away now from taking this entire match.
Yeah, exactly. And we said, I feel like I'm going to keep stressing this point when it comes around to it. It's just that this is the 3rd occasion that they've been at this point, and they've not been able to seal the deal. They've been choking quite a bit here against their sister team. Code Magic Black, Code Magic Purple going on to double swoosh yet again.
Yeah, they've got to seal the deal now. It's now or never, really. And we have seen a lot of comebacks being made, it's got to be said, by Code Magic Black. Are we going to see that happen again? Time's going to tell here, as Tom with that early gadget's getting a good idea on all the spots, all the positioning of Code Magic Purple, giving them that early center positioning there for Code Magic Black.
Good player around. Martin Chong yet again grabbing control of the gem. Sun Bentley matching him so far. Going to drop the mines behind Sun Bentley. He knows he couldn't go for the attack because he'd be caught off guard and have to wait for the mines to trigger before he could get to the relative safety. Going down low, 39 HP will get dropped, and then will drop the cache of gems as well, as Code Magic Black trying to pull away with the lead, but they haven't been able to before.
Yeah, we saw this early same kind of approach here from Code Magic Black, getting a lot of gems, and then what we tend to see and have seen in the past 2 games is this comeback from the side pressures of Code Magic Purple. And
great pick up there. Look at this, they're going to steal all of those gems. Tom tries the counter-attack. He can only find 1, and it just means KC is going to play cleanup and grab all of those gems for himself. 1 more from the spawner, and Curse could die here, not worry about it, but he's not going to go down as he tries to go for the assault on Chong. Takes out Tom as well. This is huge for Code Magic Purple, and they may have just walked away with this game.
Yeah, absolutely great plays. Equok was in a position to try to do something about it, had no support, and that is going to be match 4, Code Magic Purple.
Finally, it took them a while. Like I said, they've been at match point for 3 separate games, but now they're finally in position to do so. Code Magic Purple, let's take a look at a few of those replays.
Yeah, it just wasn't quite the game mode for Code Magic Black to get into the swing of things. They definitely seem to find Gem Grab to be one of those game modes for them, which is a bit of a struggle. We weren't quite able to get into a good pace. And Code Magic Purple just applying so much lane pressure, so much patience as well to get those moments in. And there you can see the difference in the statistics between those 2 teams. A lot more damage being dealt by Code Magic Purple in general. More kills and less deaths on the whole.
So Code Magic Purple able to pick up that first win. Remember their series score. Their score from last month was 1-1. We're going to throw it over to Falcone, and we're going to be able to go ahead and get a recap of the match so far and see what the standings have a look like.
Well, we might be doing this from home for the first time, but oh my goodness, what a way to start the April monthly finals. Code Magic Black did not want to go down without a fight, and fight they did as we got all the way to set 5 before Code Magic Purple finally put that last nail in the coffin. And there you go. Purple did take down their sister team, Code Magic Black, but you have not seen the end of Code Magic Black yet. We still have several matches coming up in this group to decide who the winner is going to be. So, let's take a little look at the teams that are going to be playing in this next match. It is going to be Code Magic Black once again up against SK Gaming. Now, SK Gaming did incredibly well last time. They actually got into the semi-finals and were taken out by Clash. Clash, of course, ended up winning the March monthly final, as you will remember if you were tuned in last month. And if you weren't, you should go back and watch. But now, without Clash here, let's see what SK Gaming are going to be able to do. But of course, they're up against Code Magic Black. Now, you have just seen Code Magic Black losing out to their sister team, Code Magic Purple. But it was close. They really put up a fight. They're going to be a little bit fatigued at this point, I would imagine. They just played a lot of Brawl Stars, over an hour, in fact, of Brawl Stars. So there's a lot of fighting to be done. But interestingly, with this matchup, Tom from Code Magic Black and Ashil from SK did used to play together. They actually won DreamHack Sweden together in 2019 and also competed in the Red together last year. We go. And while Ashil said that he would love to continue playing with his former teammate, Tom, Tom actually also said he was the team, but they don't necessarily agree. They have other players like Guille that they particularly like, and they'd like to see join the team if they got the chance. But hey, we're not going to waste any more time. The next match is ready. Casters, over to you.
Thank you very much, Falcone. We made a quick substitution. I've got Woody with me. My friend from across the pond is still here and taking part in the Brawl Stars Championship. Woody, how are things looking where you are, brother?
Wow. Match between two Code Magicians to start things off. Looked like it was going to be a walk away, but then all of a sudden it seemed like it was going to be a reverse sweep. I am excited to see Code Magic Black back in the action. We've got the Gene banned from them this time. On the other side, it's going to be Jackie banned by SK Gaming, making their first foray into the arena for this month.
Yeah, so it's the exact same bans we saw from the first match. These teams generally have come to a consensus, and I think we're going to see very similar compositions of what we saw in our first series. But there's your map set for today. Hard Rock Mine Gem Grab is our first stop in our best of five matchup.
I think this is going to be a really interesting match. We asked the Code Magic Black players who they're most concerned about playing against in this tournament. They said that they're teammates in Code Magic Purple could be tricky, but SK Gaming was the name that came up time and again among these players. They have certainly got their work cut out ahead of them against an expert team that has been competing together for a very long time.
And it's like Falcone said as well, Tom has some familiarity with Akie. They played together. Need to work on my pronunciations. I may be partially European, but still don't know how to get them all, Woody, unfortunately.
Well, maybe you can't win them all, but some of these players certainly have a chance at that. SK Gaming has been in the arena before, and they'll be back to defend their streak, trying to score even more points. It bears repeating that this series is building toward a world finals, and that the higher you rank each month, the greater chance you have of qualifying at the end. It's not just the hard, cold cash that you'll be checking out at the end of the tournament, Trid.
Yeah, the cash is good. The points, I think, in the long term, definitely better to pick up here. And of course, that's what teams are playing for as well. SK Gaming, if you reminder of what happened last month, they lost out to Clash in the final for this particular bracket. They didn't quite manage to get as far as they'd like because of Clash, but SK Gaming, still an incredibly strong team. We're expecting them to do wonders here. Clash aren't in representation. A lot of them are pegging them as the favorite to walk away, especially in this European group, without those Titans of Clash not here. So we're expecting dominance from them as the day goes on.
That's true. And not only are they great overall, but they're very consistent. That's what Twisty Twit called his superpower. And we're expecting to see that once again here as the matches are going to be starting up very shortly. But while we have a little bit of time right now, I just want to remind everyone who's watching the stream that if you want to compete in the Brawl Stars Championship, all you got to do is get a team of 3 together and get online to try to win your spot. The ESL Play online arena is a great chance to test your mettle. Remember, you got to get those wins in the in-game competition if you want a chance to make it to the very top.
Yeah, so it's all going to be... That's one of the things I like about this competition particularly, is just how open it is. You go in through the in-game app when the challenge goes live, you then go to the ESL Play bracket, and you end up at a monthly final. Well, we're going to kick this series off now as we head over to our first map type. It's Code Magic Black going up against SK Gaming.
Starting off in Gem Grab, it's going to be no one getting those center gems, just trying to vie for control of the area in the center first. We got a few Piper sniper shots off there from Twisty Twig, trying to get that kill. Finally takes down Ems, but it's going to be Mr. P on the back to grab the bulk of those gems. Code Magic Black starting off with a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, Toinu also coming into the roster. He wasn't in the previous lineup for Code Magic Black, so he's just had a substitution to come in for this particular matchup against XSK. And Mr. P wasn't a pick we saw in the previous matchup either. So Twisty Twig, great fancy footwork there to dodge out the brief traces, as the Porters are going to come in and start trading off against YDE's own Mr. P. But Toinu is able to just walk up and grab gems, so he's on 7 already to know nothing of SK Gaming.
Dominant lead for Code Magic Black. For Toinu to be able to grab that mini just right off the bat is extremely impressive, especially with that firepower coming in from Twisty Twig. He hasn't been able to land quite as many shots as he's been hoping to, and with the oppression from Equok there just shutting down that Piper, that has given the blue team enough of a lead to grab that 10th gem. None in the hands of SK Gaming. This is looking like a walk-away victory.
So, Code, you can say that Code Magic Black are warmed up, Woody, with 5 seconds remaining. They can't even get SK anywhere near the gem carrier. This is done and dusted. Code Magic Black, dominant start from the off.
Warmed up. I'd say they're on fire right now. 10 gems in their hands, and SK Gaming hardly able to contest in this first gem grab map. But remember, it's going to be a best of 5. If the warm-up is all they needed, SK Gaming have got it now. They might get a little bit of a switch up in their brawler picks. It seems like they weren't getting as much value as they'd hoped for out of that Piper, especially because there was so much in-your-face firepower coming at them from the Code Magic side of the arena.
So SK Gaming just left floundering to begin with, not what I expected to see personally from the start of this matchup. Mr. P, interesting that we are now seeing him being used. We didn't see him used last series. He's one of the ones I speculated to come through, seeing as the Jackie and Jean ban seems to be so prevalent. And Mr. P is still incredibly strong, so expecting to see more of him as the series continues.
He certainly is very strong, and you see a fun use of his new gadget that can buff up one of those rover porters. As soon as those get deployed, you really start to see the snowball effect for the team that can keep them up. Both of these teams running Mr. P, acknowledging his dominance right now in the current metagame, and even using him as the gem carrier, despite the fact that he doesn't have the most hit points of the team. It's actually going to be Ems from Code Magic Black, but she's playing more of an aggression role right now, trying to take out those turrets. Akie really able to set up that mortar early on in this match, Trid.
Yeah, a shield mortar set very great. I think the reason why Toinu is being the carrier is because they want the option to combo. One of them is run the ball in the backline. It's not the optimal thing to put it on Toinu, but it is necessary based on the comp they're running.
Ooh, nice snipes there from Twisty Twig. Grabs a couple gems.
And the super to get out.
Bulk of it, though. Gonna drop 4. Yeah, still there in the center, Trid.
Well, weren't able to get out. He's much rather get the gems he has rather than lose them all in the back line of Code Magic Black. So he will get out. Point blank range snipe will deal that final tick of damage needed, but Toinu is able to recover the economy for Code Magic Black right now. So we've got those 5 gems and thinking about going for the 6th, but pushed away by Twisty Twig.
I see the red team, SK Gaming, playing very conservatively right now, not taking very many risks at all. Even when they go to the center to grab a couple gems, it's an immediate super back just to try to keep those gems safe. You definitely see them wanting to play that long-range game and trying to keep the oppression up on Code Magic Black, just firing away even into the bushes if they don't know where their opponents are to prevent that Max from being able to cross the center line there. It's Max and Ems that have really been shutting down this SK Gaming team, and up to Twisty Twig now to try to grab a few more and get that timer started back up again.
He has got the mortar to tank some damage for him. Bombs the front is fast or is lethal. So he has got that. Look at that. Walks in with the grabs the gems, gets himself out to safety and maintains that lead. But because the gems are so gems on the right hand side, Twig's got it. They need to hunt him down though. Equok might be able to shut him off. The porter is keeping him at range. He just needs to get out now with the gems. He doesn't go for all of them, but 13 is enough. Make that 14 and climbing. And now they're on the assassination from the briefcase. YDE finding him on the back line. And Chill going to take cover behind the mortar, but has not grabbed enough gems right now. Is sitting on 14. This is Code Magic Black looking to get game number 2.
Killing it right now. To reach Toy back on the. He's got it with us. the expected favorites for this European group. Code Magic Black, Equok, the star player in that last game, have really had their work cut out for them, but they have been up to the task. I think that the key play in that last match was seeing Equok get the kill on Twisty Twig to grab all of those gems, sandwiched him right in between himself and one of those robo-porters sneaking up along the right side edge of the map there. So Code Black really looking strong with that 2-0 lead now over SK.
Yeah, so they're at the set point right now, looking to take away this first set of the game and give them that early lead, which they never really got against Code Magic Purple. But obviously they want to change the story against SK Gaming. And I think SK is a team that could put us in for a long haul, Woody. I don't see them rolling over very quietly when it comes to taking the L here.
Not at all. No, SK Gaming is certainly like the old juggernaut of this European region. They've been competing for years together, and it's sort of like the upstarts, these two Code Magic teams that are coming in and trying to unseat the SK team. Now, on the in favor of the Code Magic side of things, they've got two teams qualified. They've had a lot of chance to practice with each other. They've said that is the secret to their success, training day in and day out, but it's going to be up to them to show that that training is good enough to defeat the kings of Europe right now.
Well, that aggression from Tom being counteracted by Twisty Twix, able to take him out in his own backline. Toinu in the chaos picked up those 3 early gems, and it's going to back away, but they've lost all mid control now to SK Gaming.
Toinu making some nice use of the bounce off of that Mr. P attack, able to hit past the walls even, and a nice charge there from Twisty Twig, able to use that Piper Super to knock down
but he's playing so safe. Walks forward for the gem. Nope, getting contact. Will grab it now. Doesn't even have to burn the super on that one because the mid control is still there for air.
Grabs a kill, demolishing Tom. That is going to be it, Trid. The countdown is underway, and there is no way for CMB to catch back up. SK Gaming have cleared the hurdle and will get their first win in this set.
Of being able, no one's able to really shut him down, so it's starting to end. It's able to set up their own game plan. It's all over right now. They get
Team B can grab it, and there you see it happening. It's going to be the 11th gem now that will start that countdown. Remember, 2-set tie, just the one last tiebreaker to finally find out who's going to edge out on top. Will SK Gaming pull off this incredible reverse sweep, Trid?
I'm hoping they do. It'd be really interesting for them to come back and then take control of the lead, and then we're going to have a nice back and forth throughout the series, similar to what we had with Code Magic Black attempting the reverse sweep in their previous matchup. Maybe I shouldn't move so fast because the camera can't keep up with the movements. A lot of blurriness on there. But
yeah, you got to get a little bit more gold to upgrade your camera setup there, Trid. But don't worry about it because we'll get your ugly mug off the screen soon enough and get these players back on as soon as we can. It's a 2-2 draw right now. SK Gaming and Code Magic Black in the fight of their lives. Code Magic Black really looking to try to secure this first set victory, but it seems like they've just lost their footing. What do you think that they could do to make this breakaway run that SK Gaming has finally come to an end?
They just can't let SK Gaming get comfortable. As soon as they let them take that first gem and get into that cycle, they have so much difficulty breaking it. If they take that mid control, play up close to cover and shut down the range of Piper, they may have a way of taking away this map.
All right, well, we are now underway. Gem spawning in the middle. No team going to make that stab in there yet to grab it, but 22MC is going to get a few shots off on Piper. That'll buy him the action that he needs to get in there. This is his. It's going to be a big advantage for SK Gaming as now be able to reestablish over there. See to grab a little gem, get this score.
Now running SK get set up. They lost that by losing Equark on the right hand side. A shield going for the kill. It smells the water connection though, so the back off. They still haven't done anything to shut down the range of Piper. It's the briefcase. Not going to happen.
Getting a lot of damage now on those Mr. P Porter shots, pushing YDE back, grabbing another here. 22MC is having a little bit of trouble. They're going to have to back off as that Piper is able to grab control of the center of the arena. Still hasn't been able to knock down any of the bushes or obstacles on the opposing side of the arena, though, and that's going to give CMB just a little bit of wiggle room if they need to continue the fight in the center here. It's going to be an M's duel, but it looks like YDE will take the win, victorious in that battle. 22MC goes down, and that's a huge opportunity for SK Gaming to get all 10 gems. They're at 9 and just need to get the one more in the center. That's the countdown, Trid.
They don't need to risk it, Woody. They're just able to pick up the gem from the center, sit on the 10, and fall back. Code Magic Black have not been able to take the fight to SK, let them set up their own game, and this is exactly what happens. With 3 seconds remaining, there's nothing they can do. SK Gaming, they're going to take gem grab.
Twig playing right up in your face, even at the very end of the map, drops that super to fly away safe. Congratulations to SK Gaming pulling off the reverse sweep in this first set. It's going to be a best of 5 sets overall, though, so don't worry if you're a Code Magic fan. We've got more action coming up very shortly, but congratulations to SK. They really were looking like they were in trouble there at the beginning of that set, but found that magic touch and pulled off a great upset.
So one of the things we spoke about, or one of the things you spoke about in the last match, Woody, was that we saw Twig not break cover like he tried to do beforehand. Well, the reason he couldn't do that safely like he had done in the past was that when he attempted to do so, you actually saw Toinu using his gadget to empower the Robo-Porter and support himself right on top of the area where you want to see Twisty Twig move in. So rather than go in and risk losing the gems he had, he decided to back off because that extra pressure was there from the use of the gadget.
Taking a look at the map stats there, you see the hundreds of thousands of damage dealt by these brawlers. Good point there, Trid, though, on those gadget usages by Mr. P on the bottom. Just gives you that little bit of extra oomph whenever you are in like a mirror match, especially with brawlers that are the same as you. If you get a tiny bit more damage, a little bit faster of an attack, or a little bit quicker of a stab at your opponents, that can make all of the difference, especially in a match as close as the one that we see here and now. Perfect use of gadgets is essential to grab the victory.
And we're going to move on to our next map type. We're heading over to Brawl Ball. And in the previous match, Woody, we saw this tried and tested combination come in, where I believe we had Ems, Brock, and Pam was the combo that we were running with. And I believe we might see more of the same moving on to this map. However, are you expecting any adaptations in particular?
No, I think we're very likely to see a pretty stable meta for this Brawl Ball setup. You definitely want to have a big, beefy hitter. Pam can definitely fill that role. She's got a ton of hit points, and with that healing turret, can keep everyone topped off well. Ems as well is great for coverage. She can deal splash damage to multiple brawlers in case the opponents are getting too clumped up, and that slowdown with her super can come in really handy if you get one of your brawlers to kind of sneak around the back edge to take a sneaky shot.
Well, we're just getting ready to jump into that next map. We give players a little bit longer in between the sets to talk about strategies, but we're jumping into Brawl Ball now. We're going to see how this kicks off between Code Magic Black and SK Gaming. And we're actually going to see the Sandys out on the field. So Toinu picking up the Rosa with the Ems and Sandy combo. This is a completely different matchup to what we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, Ems and Sandy are really similar brawlers, so it's interesting to see Code Magic Black taking both of them in the same setup here. Not working out for them to start things off, though, and it's an easy shot from Twisty Twig. Corner kick is in, and SK Gaming get the first goal.
Clinical by SK. Nearly flawless. A GA going in and using that super from Frank. Locks down Toinu. Can't see him. Gonna blind fire his super into the sandstorm. YDE's able to walk forward. Dashes with the gadget. That is one of the cleanest rounds of Brawl Ball I have seen in a very long time, Woody.
Quick and easy. Akile is just a little bit heavier than Rosa, and especially when he's able to get off that super and smash and stun the opponents, you get a ton of value out of that crucial opportunity. It was used to great effect there by SK Gaming, and especially with the speed from YDE and the great covers that we saw from Ems there, it was just an absolute smash fest. Expect to see some big changes in the brawler composition for Code Magic Black in this game number 2.
They have to. They can't do that again, otherwise this is going to be an incredibly fast series, Woody, and I don't think anyone wants to see that. So, like last time, it might be Code Magic Black basically having to play to the beat of SK's drum right now. This is similar to what they had to do in the previous series where they were answering the call of purple. When are Code Magic Black going to be the trend setters? That's what I want to know. When are they going to force a composition?
That's a good question, Trid. I think that this psychological edge that SK Gaming gets by picking up the first set and now taking the first win is really going to put the CMB feet to the fire. You're seeing a pretty big swap up here, though. We're going to get looks like Terra in place of Sandy here, and not even running a tank on their side of the map, instead trying to outpace and outmaneuver this Frank, denying him shots, but it's not working out pretty well in the first round here. Twisty Twig with the first goal for SK Gaming.
Woody, the games are ending before we can even to like change over or hand off to each other. That's how fast this is right now. Twisty Twig goes forward. There's the stun from a shield. They're going to try and counter it onto Twisty Twig. There's only Equark in the way. The pushback is good, but the damage is still there. It's so simple for SK Gaming. And yet again, this is so fast. And they're just dominating Code Magic.
Did you notice that little at the end? At the ball, it's like, to shoot just the entire team on the side has dominated. We'll just take time here to tap the ball in once everything good on our end. Yeah, everyone's down? Okay, there you go. Now send it in for the
leisurely roll. I would explain that was no legend whatsoever with that play. Have complete control all the time. Game number comes a bit fast. We're going to jump straight into the action, and just as fast as SK can win a round, we're into game number 3.
You know, I think I've seen the German team play football this well since the last World Cup, so hats off to SK Gaming. They are on an absolute tear right now, and they look to get another goal. YDE charging in, not going to get it this time. Code Magic Black finally finding some defensive chops to hold on to dear life.
And how do they do it? By playing the exact same composition, Woody. They're mirroring what SK have done, and they're able to slow this game down and play at their own pace. Speaking of which, they're using Max's super, but Twisted going to knock back with the gadget, use his own super to keep them at bay. Toinu put into the corner, Twisted on the right-hand side. So you got Tom and Equark respawning. Passing it across. There's the speed boost from YDE to try and move around the ball. They're using Frank to zone away with his own oppressive damage. With Twitch may go down here, able to turn it around. So they have the man advantage. Oh, there's the attack. And how do you squeeze that one in?
Straight on in, and not even any obstacles busted on the CMB side of the map. Perfectly threading that needle. SK Gaming on the 1-0 lead and just need to hold on to this win to have a clean sweep of set number 2.
YDE on 60 HP, equal car contest on 191. This is all good for SK Gaming. They have the lead. They're not having to deal with any pressure right now. It is Code Magic Black who need to assault them.
That's right, Trid, and it doesn't look like they're going to have any chance to make that stab just yet. Trying to find a few little chip shots here and there, sending in that gas as best she can. Ems is getting a few pop shots off, but hasn't been able to charge up that super, and it's looking like a team wipe for CMB, not able to keep any of their 3 brawlers up, while all 3 of SK Gaming are on a rampaging march.
Achille is just going to walk forward, not going to find the goal. I love what happened between Achille and Tommy. He's going to drop the super, finds Equark off to the side, sitting in that M's dot over time, and Toinu tries to go on a counter-attack. Tom's isolated. YDE dashes past the Frank damage to try and assassinate Toinu. He's going to be able to get this one in past the Frank. Going to try and walk it in. Pushback from Equark's good, but the super will lock him in place. And with 15 seconds remaining, it's not going to look good. Super pass over to YDE. They can just maintain possession for the win here.
Yeah, you saw the use of that M's gadget to try to keep Akile out, and that actually prevented the goal, I think, but not good enough to keep CMB in contention. SK Gaming, finally, CMB was able to prevent them from getting a 2-0 sweep right off the bat, but not good enough to get the goal themselves. SK Gaming with the 2-0 lead now in this set score, Trid.
Dominance is a word I'd like to throw out there for what just happened. Didn't see any real Code Magic Black resistance in that set. And it means basically that whole map has just disappeared into the back of my mind, just like a plastic bag in the wind. It just didn't happen to me. Like, I feel like we're just moving into map number 2 now.
Yeah, if you blinked, you would have missed that set. Brawl Ball can go by lightning fast, and this time it did. SK Gaming showing off their core strengths here in this teamwork-heavy game mode. Brawl Ball is done now, and we will be launching in to set number 3 very soon. And if you're on the CMB side of the map, you got to wonder, what can we do to get this thing turned around? How can we get back to that pacing we found in set number 1, picking up 2 wins in a row? Is there any chance for them at this point, Trid?
Definitely. They weren't in as a defeated position as they were in their first match of the day, but they have played from behind today alone, Woody, so they can definitely come back, and match number 3 or set number 3 was definitely the turning point for them in their previous matchup against Purple. So let's see what happens as we move on to Heist, our 3rd map type of the series.
Gonna be a pretty similar setup from both teams. We see Ems and Max coming out for both of them. The only difference here is gonna be a bit more tanky opportunities for Akile to try to stab in there and get a few pop shots. Notice Tom, though, if he is running that hyper bear, that can deal a ton of damage to the safe in a very short amount of time. All you gotta do is get your super charged up, and that can be thousands of damage dished out in a very short amount of time.
Having a base race already, YD's by himself. He's dealing a suitable amount of damage, and his team's doing a good job of defending right now. Tom trying to get the Hyper Bear online, but he's just going for the attacks on the save rather than the players. YD's still in there, being a nuisance on the back line and keeping up with the damage output.
Look, if you're uncontested, just those shots from Max can deal quite a bit of damage, especially if you're landing every single one of them as you expect YDE to do. And that's going to be a big advantage now for SK Gaming. They just need one more little quick stab in there. Twisted Twig is making his way toward the safe. Can't get the shots off yet.
He's going to go for it, but no, he's being dragged away by YDE. He's able to kite around Bruce and stops him get damaged. But one more shot, Keel goes in with the Daryl roll, and he's going to find himself that first game.
With a massive amount of damage on the safe, but it's going to be YDE coming away as the star player. I expect off of all the damage he was able to get earlier on in that setup. Dashing away and keeping that blue team distracted, CMB could not prevent the damage from coming in. Never seemed to get that hyper bear up on the enemy safe either, Trid.
Yeah, wasn't able to find a connection. YDE was there, like we said, to draw the aggro, use his increased speed to keep him away from the safe, and his attention focused on the highly mobile Max, where he's not going to really catch up and get the damage in. So great presence of mind to use that as a strategy on the defense. But the only reason SK were in a position to close it out there was the solo operator damage coming out from YDE from the start. He got into the back line, uncontested on the safe, and the rest of his team did a fantastic job of defending away the aggression from Code Magic.
CMB were playing pretty consistently well throughout. You know, they got the enemy safe down below that 50% health threshold, and it seemed like if they could have gotten their supers back online, that next push could have been enough to seal the deal. But consistent damage is nothing against the massive burst power that we saw from SK Gaming in that last lineup. Just getting a little bit of damage early on from Max was enough to clear that threshold and get CMB into a really worrying position where they were essentially having to play defense for the second half of that game entirely. Never really got a chance to move forward and get the shots off on the safe themselves.
Well, we're jumping into game number 2 of Heist right now. Code Magic Black currently 0-1 in this set. No adaptation coming out for them, and it's exactly the same on the side of SK.
Starting off pretty slow, just trying to get pop shots here and there, charging up their supers and trying to find one opponent that they can finish off. Twisty Twig with a great stab in there, does take down Tom. That's going to be no hyper bear to start things off for CMB. And an early opportunity to roll in. Achilles not going to take it though, goes on the reverse and will start to regroup with his team.
Take it slow, they're in no rush. There goes for the roll in, so this is the aggressive push coming in, and that burst attack, that wave of assault, drops it down by 44% HP. A couple more of those, and it's going to be game over.
One major hit, but here comes the Hyper Bear, slashing away. Only gets a few shots off. Nice job to Achilles and YDE there. Able to take the bear down and not even really worried about Nita at this point. Able to make their way back toward the enemy safe and try to get a few shots off. Great defense, though, from CMB. Will deny that opportunity and give them another chance to make it back up to the SK Gaming safe.
Tried to close the gap there onto Equark and get some damage in from YDE. Twisted Twig's off to the side. He can make that lingering gas cloud just sit on top of the safe and deal that extra damage. Achille moving forward, going to roll forward onto Toynu to get the kill. Pops the gadget just to go for the spiral and hopefully get some AoE damage, but no one's in range for it. Going to press forward. Here comes the Hyper Bear onto the safe. Deals a little bit of damage from Tom, but nothing too substantial. Starting to close that gap that SK have created.
Good heads-up play from SK Gaming there on defense. It seems like the story from last game is playing out once again. SK Gaming looking for those burst shots after a team wipe, while CMB is doing their best to try to just keep up consistent damage, playing defense here and there.
No, Woody, look at this. He's so close. 7% remaining. One more assault from SK will seal the deal. It's going to make a monumentous push from Code Magic Black to be able to take down their opposing safe before that happens.
They can't afford to trade any damage at this point. They have to play perfect defense and get a big offensive hit on.
Oh no, here it is!
Time. Twisty Twig with the first shot and the second to seal the deal. SK Gaming are 2-0 in this set.
They are at match point already, Woody, where they're going to be able to get themselves to that 1-0 position where they will go up against Code Magic Purple next. And what a day for you to be SK Gaming if you take out both Code Magic teams in the same day.
That would really be a beautiful start. They've already got a 2-0 set score and 2-0 on this individual game score. So yeah, just like you mentioned, this is now all it's come down to for CMB, starting off beautifully in the first set, but haven't been able to recover their footing after that early knockout punch. SK Gaming looking to deliver the final blow. And I'm not even really sure what CMB could do here at this point to switch things up and try to regain that position. I guess switching away from Nita might be the option that they have to go for here. And it looks like that's what they will do, opting for Daryl instead. It's their last chance. Good luck to them.
They've been on the up and up this particular set, so they're closer and closer to winning out a map, but they need to do it now, otherwise the match will be over altogether.
Nice knockback there from Twisty Twick, able to keep 22 MC off of him for just a little bit longer. And a killing shot from Akile, able to get
This
that
is it.
save.
The assault's going to come in here, Woody. They're going to try and get in. Equal trying to keep them at range. They will find only a tiny bit of chip damage in here because the respawn's coming in. Achiu going in, but not going to be finding it out. 35% damage dealt. So not as substantial as the previous blows, but now it's the counterattack coming in from Code Magic Black. The respawn's coming in just in time to mitigate the damage.
But still able to keep up the pressure over there. YDE is just hiding behind this bush and taking a few shots whenever he gets the chance at that enemy safe. And he's already got it down below 50% hit points.
And here comes
SK
the
Gaming
reinforce.
going in for a burst shot. This could be it, Trent.
They're going to try and move into the side. He can't weave around the side. 7% HP. Code Magic Black. They're sprinting for the safe to try and do something, but the respawns are coming too fast. They're on a knife's edge right now. It's so close for them losing the match. They just cannot let anyone sneak past them. And Inkwalk Super is going to stop that from happening. They're keeping him in the base. YDE, they cannot let him go for the sprint. If he goes with the Super to try and get behind him and go for the save, it could be all over. But Tom's there to catch him and stop that assault.
One last little chance to stab in. SK Gaming just need to get one of their brawlers on the enemy save, and this thing is going to be all over Trid. Meanwhile, CMB doing their best to stab back up at the SK Gaming save. Red save down to 62%, but they have to continue playing defense. Any brawler that sneaks past this line could be the one to get the kill for SK Gaming. They're going to take out the enemy save, and they're moving in now. Twisty Twig with the
Tom's
shot.
trying to go
Gets
for
it in. That's it.
One more
That's
way to
it.
do it.
Ocean's 11. Have I seen a heist pulled off so expertly? SK Gaming with the 3-0 set score, 3-0 match score, take the series.
Fantastic play by SK, showing us that they are not be trifled with. And they're going to walk away with the series like Woody said. So they go 1-0 in the leaderboard. There's some replays on your screen right now. Not a lot, unfortunately, not because of the quality of play, just because of the quantity. That was an incredibly fast series after our first map.
Hey, that was certainly quality and quantity, if you ask me. That was played really well by both teams, but as you can see in the stats, a clear and decisive advantage for SK Gaming in damage dealt and a pretty dominant, nearly 1.5 to 1 kill to death ratio here, picking up a 3-0 match score, and it bears out well in the numbers that you see on screen there. Tossing it back, though. We're finishing up here. Well played to SK Gaming. We're going to see them one more time going up against the other team that Code Magic brought here. But Code Magic Black now down and out of it, Trid.
Well, let's take it over to Falcone. He's going to show us where we're at after 2 matches played.
All right, gonna be totally honest about that one. While that first match of the day was a real nail-biter, that was just a bit of a slaughter from SK Gaming. Yes, Code Magic Black did put up a fight in the first set, but after that, SK had everything going for them, and as you can see by the leaderboard, they are sitting firmly on top now. Code Magic Black not in a very good spot at all, having lost both of their games. Hopefully we can see better performances from them in the future, but we have one match remaining in this group. It is going to be SK Gaming up against Code Magic Purple. Both teams that made it into the March monthly finals as well. They are back. Let's see what they can do this time. Both performed very well in the March monthly finals, also both making it to the semi-final stage. But I don't know, from what we've seen so far, both teams have played against Code Magic Black, and one of the matches was very, very close. The other match wasn't so close. So if I had to make my predictions up in advance of this game, I would say that SK Gaming are in a fantastic spot to go forwards. But here you can see Code Magic Purple one more time, and you're going to see SK Gaming as well in these lovely little videos that our production team have very kindly prepared for us. Code Magic Purple are a team that are very confident, they're very happy with their team, and when asked who, if anyone, they would have added to their team, they all agreed we wouldn't change our team. If we could have any player, we would keep the same team. That is great to see, a team that loves to work together. On SK's side, we've got a very sporty bunch of gamers over here. Almost all of them are big football fans, with YDE, Skyrix, and Ashil all playing a lot of sports. A little bit confused by their leadership here, as YDE is supposedly the captain, but Twisty Twig is the leadership, whatever that means. I don't know. We're going to find out. The game is about to start. Casters, take it away.
Thanks very much, Falcone. Yeah, you mentioned there that Co-Magic Purple was pretty happy with their team setup, but when we asked SK Gaming the same question, they actually said that they really loved the chance to play with Son Bentley. He's highly respected in the competitive community and will be coming in to defend the honor of Code Magic team up against this SK Gaming squad that has looked so strong. It's good to be back with you here. Once again, Ark.
Hello, Woody, how are you today?
Doing quite well.
Bans are in then. Code Magic Purple going with the M's ban. SK Gaming going with the Jackie ban again. We've seen today already M so dominant now with that new gadget. And Jackie very new to the scene most recently, especially with that new star power coming out with only in the past couple of weeks. Canal Grande up then first. Bounty, how do you feel about this, Woody? What kind of comps do you think we'll see for Canal Grande then?
Well, we definitely expect those long-range brawlers to make their way into the arena for these bounty maps. I like brawlers like Tick, Brock, and Piper especially. But yeah, I just want to say how excited I am to finally see. Look at that, it's Tick, Brock, and Piper for both teams. I'm really excited to see this final match. We've got Code Magic Black cemented in third place, but it's up to this match to determine who will walk away with first place in the European region.
Yeah, all to play for now. Both these teams very well warmed up and playing at a very high level today. We've seen some fantastic snipes from Twisty, and straight off the bat, one hit Son Bentley, pushing Code Magic Purple very much into the back of their spawn, and SK Gaming off to a very aggressive start here.
Yeah, this is a brilliant beginning for SK Gaming. They haven't gotten any kills yet, but they did get that center star and are just pushing Code Magic Purple farther and further back, even all the way into their spawn. Not to be able to knock down any of those bushes or obstacles yet, but Twisty Twig is doing his best. He gets his first kill, and that's going to be a charged up super for him. Expect to see this snowball start rolling down the hill. SK Gaming actually on their heels now. Twisty Twig finished off by Son Bentley's beautiful sniper shot.
Yeah, great returning snipe there from Son Bentley. Great positioning as well, pushing back on the middle part of that map, breaking that wall just to open things up for him to place some shots towards Whitey and Twisty there. Curse popping the Tick head super down for some pressure, but shut down quickly there by Twisty in the mid. But overall, a great position. But Jetten goes down on that side, taking it to 3 stars now to 7.
Yeah, I saw some really fancy play from Jetten there, doing his best to kind of hop over some of those obstacles and get some sneaky shots off, but it didn't look like it paid off for him. Brilliant defense up there by Twick for the SK Gaming team, able to grab that kill and keep their heads on straight, except when he throws it off for his super.
Yeah, I mean, now with 20 seconds left, it can still be turned back around here if Code Magic can just get a couple of shots, which one does land on Whitey. If Jetten can get into a position to really be able to clear up these shots, they could tie it on this right-hand side there. If this pinch continues here, Whitey's now almost down. Is he going to get the shot? Jetten just... Oh my goodness me!
SK Gaming caught up in the crossfire there. Twisty Twig making a little bit too aggressive of a stab in there and throwing away the lead with Whitey going down soon after. Well played there to Code Magic Purple, keeping the pressure up and able to pull off a draw. But what does it say about this matchup overall that Code Magic Purple are probably happy just to start things off with a 0-0 draw?
Yeah, absolutely. But I've got to say, what an amazing positioning there between Jetten, Son, and Kursk in that pinch on. They saw the opportunity, then they could count the stars and see it could be ended in a tie. And I just think great pressure from Code Magic Purple, a bit on the back foot here coming into this. Didn't seem quite to be too confident of the early parts of the game. But nevertheless, they got through it, and they're going to have a second chance now.
They did, and hey, it's the consistency and it's that motivation to push far into the late stage of this tournament that has kept them ahead. That's what they said time and again about their strategies for the qualifier. It's staying focused and keeping your composure, even in the face of one of the best teams in the world. The CMP team mentioned multiple times that the other EU squads, and specifically SK Gaming, were their key fears for this tournament, and they're now going to have to face their greatest fear.
Some very, very quick early exchanges there. Sunbentley getting some good connecting snipes as well. Twisty very low on that right-hand side. Does need to retreat back here without giving away any of those stars that he's holding here. It is SK Gaming currently in the lead, but I don't think it's going to stay that way for long. I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth. And there, down goes Sunbentley with a cracking snipe from Twisty Twig.
You know, I really thought that CMP had the advantage there. They were able to get a better spread for their brawlers and were starting to push SK Gaming back kind of into a corner, but when you push them back into a corner, they come back swinging even harder. It seems SK Gaming grabbing that kill and leading now this series, or this game rather, 6-2. Can they hold on to this lead though and not give it up like they did last game?
Sunbentley is honestly hitting so many of these shots. Got a nice takedown on a shield on that right-hand side. They're closing the gap. Wiley's super doesn't quite connect, and I feel Jetton's in a great spot here if he can get some connecting shots to get some pressure. But no, not if Twisty's got anything to say about it.
Rocket fire from this, blue Brock on the bottom side, firing away and providing that little bit of zone denial that SK Gaming wanted to kind of keep their momentum and mobility up. Wow, SK Gaming, though, able to get the drawback on. It's 11-all, and Tick's not looking too good, hiding in the corner over there.
Wow, the amount of plays that we just saw in the seconds there, it brought it so much closer together, but I think SK Gaming just managed to survive what was a really difficult position spot for them. Jetson going in here, can he get anything done on this left-hand side? Tick going in, wow! Oh! No,
14 stars for SK Gaming. Jetton on fire on the left side there, taking another few pop shots, but not able to get the kill. Congratulations to Twisty Twig, the star player from that game. But another super close competition, Ark.
So much going on in those end stages that you have to kind of slow it down to really see how much was going on there. But Jetson got himself into a great spot, pushing SK Gaming off to that side. But the pinch just wasn't enough. The gadgets were going off with the rocket lasers, jumps, and Piper Supers and awesomes.
Once again, SK Gaming grabbing control of the center in this third game now. Twisty Chick earns that center star and a kill as well. Cursed found out of position, and Jetton now charging forward, looking for an easy kill, but not gonna find it. SK Gaming on a 7-0 lead in just the first minute.
What a dominating performance in those opening 30 seconds. And now 9 stars on the cards. SK Gaming clearly getting into a nice flow here. And Code Magic could have to do a lot here to catch up now, as it's now 11-0.
A game of chicken as both Ticks out on the left side start squawking at each other, but it's going to be SK Gaming once again pulling off the lead. Great shot there from Sunbentley, able to get some stars. And once again from Curse now, pulling back a little bit closer. 2 deaths from SK Gaming are going to put the damper on their excitement, but still with a 16-8 star lead. Even though they're pushed back into their spawn, they have got a dominant lead in this game.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it, where you've got that early start, the bounties increase, and it doesn't take much to close the gap now, as we've seen for Code Magic, but it is going to be an upward struggle here. Twisty with a great little jump there, out of harm's way. Is Shill looking very low here? Does survive on 144 HP, but 6 stars now only in it, and 30 seconds left. It could all happen and turn around here for Code Magic.
Code Magic Purple needs a team wipe just to tie things up, and it looks like that's not happening anytime soon. Tick retreating back just far enough to stay safe. A few more pop shots here are going to push the Code Magic team back, but here we go with the final salvo. 10 seconds left, and it's all up to Code Magic Purple to get those final shots in.
It could all happen here in the next 5 seconds if Wiley goes down, and also the Tick, it could change, but no! SK Gaming survive and hang on, but these games are so close, Woody.
In the lead every single game. They haven't even dropped stars to Code Magic Purple a single time. They've just been in that tied position for a few rare seconds here and there. SK Gaming have really shown that they are the dominant team in Bounty and just need to do so one more time to grab the set win.
Yep, going straight in again. These games being very quick, not really any brawler changes. Both teams obviously very comfortable with this current lineup, and although it's not quite been going Code Magic's way, they definitely still feel like this comp is going to earn them a victory if they can just kind of collect themselves and gain back some of that control there.
YDE really hoping that he can pick up the win here and spread his fame. He's a creator in the Brawl Stars universe and says that the first thing he'd do with his prize money would be to buy 500,000 gems with creator code YDE. So if you're interested in stocking up, make sure to keep that in mind and support your Brawl Stars creators. In this third chance for victory here, SK Gaming are behind for the first time, though, Art.
Yeah, very different start here for Code Magic now with a pretty decent lead. Jetton's going to have to be a little bit cautious now as he is on a 4-star bounty. But with that Rocket Laces gadget, able to jump away from all of those shots that are bombarding down there upon him from a shield. So I quite like his odds now, and look how far back SK Gaming are. Just why he goes down the right-hand side.
Wow, like some desperate plays from SK Gaming to try to get a kill. Magic Purple finally able to catch their stride and are holding on to that lead with a pretty dominant setup here. YDE sending out the rocket rain to try to knock down those obstacles, but not finding a kill anywhere. It's retreat for Code Magic as they move back toward their spawn, but again, even a team would not be enough for SK to get a dominant lead here. They're charging hard and fast, but can they get a hit?
Yeah, it's dangerous positioning here now for Code Magic. There could be of this coming in from SK Gaming. Things around. Jetson goes down here. It could be a good start. Go down. 10 seconds. Somebody goes down. And look at this.
Protect the tick. Code Magic's curse is doing his best to stay alive, but with a great kill from the left side, Sun Bentley is the hero of Code Magic. The victory for the blue team as they finally find their footing in game number 4.
Oh my goodness me. These games are honestly, I'm on the edge of my seat, quite literally today. But
well, don't fall off.
I know. I'm trying my best. I'm gonna have to hold them with 2 hands.
Still just set number 1, Art.
Great performance there from Code Magic, turning things around. Can they now get the sweep, or can SK Gaming just get this one last round in, secure this? Let's see what happens here. Bit of a slow start, teams getting their supers. It seems like Code Magic get an early lead though, however.
Jetton jumps out of jeopardy there, able to keep his cool and gets another few shots off there, not able to grab the kill, but he's right on top of Akile now. Akile does his best to dash out and will find safe harbor on the backside. Advantage now for SK Gaming as they've once again grabbed an early lead in this 5th game.
Yeah, that gadget there. Oh, takedown there from Twisty is very good as well. It's just so great to see these gadgets being used in to full effect here. Those dashes that we're seeing from Tick there, and those rock jumps are honestly making such a big difference in saving these stars and not incurring those deaths here. But now the positioning here of Code Magic is still back, pushed so far back into the spawn. They're struggling this time round, Woody.
Yeah, and a great spot for gaming in with so much coverage center and see him push back there. It's a lot of difficulty finding a good angle to fire away at. Even if SK Gaming takes a hit, they can safely retreat back into the bushes, hide behind those obstacles, and then only pop back out when they find the opportune moment. It's really heart-wrenching to see Code Magic Purple doing so well in that 4th game, but then in game number 5, now just falling apart. They really seem to have a pretty strong edge, but with these bushes set up, SK Gaming are not giving them even an inch to make it back in.
Yeah, Canal Grande is very much like that, and SK Gaming showing how it's done here. If you give up that mid-control, it can be devastating. And look at here, Twisty Twix on 7 stars, a Shill on 6, a pretty open and shut case as far as bounty goes for SK Gaming.
A despondent Code Magic team sitting back as they recognize that there is nothing they could do to pull the win off. When it all comes down to it at the end, SK Gaming have marched ahead with the first set win. They defeated Code Magic Black, and against the purple squad, they are in the lead. SK Gaming, the kings of Europe, are holding on to their crown so far, Ark.
Yep, first set in the bag, and Code Magic gonna be searching around for a bit of magic now and turn things around. Is far from over, but SK Gaming have taken out one of the Code Magic teams today already. They're definitely hungry to take out the set.
Code Magic was really evenly matched with Black, so maybe they'll get a chance to make their comeback here. They did get the victory after all, and they are the A team for this Code Magic squad. So let's see if the second set is going to go better in their favor. They've been able to show some cracks in the SK Gaming armor. They did pick up a win, of course, and forced a draw in that game number 1. So this is certainly not as dominant of a shutout as we saw in the previous set. And maybe Sandy Gems is going to be what CMP needs to move ahead.
Yeah, the Brawlers here are absolutely going to play a vital part of mixing things up. And, the Brawlers we tend to see in Bounty are not so often played in other game modes. And this might be an opportunity here for Code Magic to kind of bring back some versatility in this new game mode.
Well, we're seeing heavy brawlers in this heist map, Bull and Rosa for the Code Magic purple side of things, and we're seeing Daryl instead of Bull for SK Gaming, but two super heavy brawlers doing their best to bash through the competition and make their way to the enemy safe. It's going to be an early stab here from SK Gaming and Code Magic Purple, whittling away at each other's safes, not really fully committed to defense.
Yeah, radical changes here in the lineups, and a great deal amount of early pressure from SK Gaming, and that took a while for Code Magic to shut down. Pretty even though on the score, it's got to be said, for the Shield, a very aggressive super shut down quickly, as was his teammate there. Great defensive work there from Code Magic, must be said.
Yeah, great job, but still an advantage for SK Gaming. It seems like they always seem to break out with just a little bit of a lead, and that's all you really need in Heist to start that snowball effect. Defensive now for SK Gaming is working out quite well. Max able to pick off that Bull charging on in, and it's going to be the defensive lead there that will keep them afloat. SK Gaming have got the enemy save now down to 21% and looking for that final blow.
Yeah, Twisty Twix able to put so much pressure with that super to push forwards and advance on Code Magic safer, and it could all be over here. It is going to be SK Gaming to secure that first round.
Well done to them. Akile, the star player, that Daryl really coming in handy, rolling straight through, and you can't stop the rocket. Crashes onto the safe and getting so many kills. That's a ton of damage from that double barrel shotgun when you're right next to the safe. Every single shot hits, and it paid great dividends for SK Gaming. Let's see if they can make it happen again.
Yeah, I gotta say though as well, I do love that new Daryl skin. It just looks so great.
Did you unlock it yourself?
I did indeed. Skins equals wins, Woody. You know this, right?
Well, I love the cross promotion there with Paris Saint-Germain. It was a great pleasure to get to join the team there in the studio when we were filming that promo bit. But they're in the arena now and back in action. We've got SK Gaming getting a little bit of a pop shot off onto the CMP safe. Code Magic now making a tear up the left side of this map, and maybe even going to get a Rosa onto the safe now.
I like that strategy from Code Magic just to kind of push in. I kind of feel like Kirst thought twice about it and was a bit worried to leave it. I think he probably should have just carried on going on the aggressive there and left widey, but we're going to see now a bit more damage coming in from SK Gaming, bringing the Code Magic safe down to 79%. It's so evenly matched at this stage.
Max just able to outrun that Rosa any day of the week and is working really well, both on defensively shutting down those quick stabs and at sneaking around on the edges. Twisty Twig going to make his way back down in after he's regained his health and is going to be able to finish off the enemy Max. This is going to be another opportunity to strike for for SK Gaming.
Yeah, a really, really strong push here from SK Gaming, and look at the shield. He's so good at that. It must be said, healing up on that left-hand side and that right-hand side is something that shield does a lot in Heist and just keeps that pressure on. Code Magic do get a defense, but at the cost of about 30% damage there.
When you're defending that close to your own safe, you don't even have a chance to get any damage off on your enemies, even if you do pick up the defensive win there. So once again, we're going to see SK Gaming taking the lead, and a big advantage now as they smash into the enemy safe, now with only in the teens of percentage, holding on barely single digits. One last hit from YDE could finish it all.
Wow, the pressure now is so much on Code Magic. It was a great strategy leaving Jet in there. He did get a lot of damage, but now with only 5% and a scoop up from Twisty, it's got to be all over here. Surely it is.
Jetten can only handle one enemy at a time, and with two still left on the offense, SK Gaming with another forceful shutdown, grabbing that second goal in the game. now up in the set score and with a 2-0 now in this game score, looking to clinch the series.
Yeah, a really dangerous spot then now for Code Magic Purple, who need to really bring the pace back in and they don't lose this next game mode. Like, if they go down in Heist, they're going to be too. That puts so much pressure upon them to be able to turn things around. They don't want that to happen.
No change brawler comps for either team. They're going to stick with what has been working here. A opportunity for Code Magic Purple as all three players from SK Gaming are clumped up on the left side there. A relative draw, though. Both teams can be kind of pushed back and no opportunity to get any safe damage. Sun Bentley back into the center of the map as Jet is going to make a stab. He's safe. Rolls on in. That's going to be an edge for Sun Bentley now, grabbing a kill, and Code Magic Purple are looking to get their first lead in this series.
Yeah, what a great moment there for Code Magic to be on the comeback, and the damage that they did then, almost 50% damage that they dealt to SK Gaming. It's going to be a really good opportunity now for them to push and push. They are cursing Sun Bentley. This damage is rolling in here for Code Magic.
You can't stop them. That's the speed and the forceful charge from Rosa that we've been expecting all series long. Code Magic Purple have finally caught stride. Pick up SK number 3. SK Gaming will not get it away that easy.
Yeah, Code Magic did need that to happen and happen then. It does seem like there's some fight still left here in this this set of Heist. Can they now, however, turn it around? They're going to need to win the next 2 games straight in order to stay in this particular set. So the pressure is still on, but a good start nonetheless for Code Magic.
We've seen epic comebacks before, Ark. Can they make it happen again? Have they finally found that magic formula to get the wins? Max getting a few pop shots off here, but it's going to be Akili trying to sneak around the other side. This time they've switched up their own brawlers and have said, you know what, Daryl seemed to be working just well enough. Why don't we give him another shot, making his way toward the safe, and only gets a few hits off, but it's going to be Code Magic to get the advantage, charging into the SK safe once again. They're going to chill out in the center bushes there, looking to get another few brawlers down before they make their next step.
Yeah, this honestly, this Max and Rosa combination is honestly so strong here. It provides so much of pressure to deal with here, and it's definitely working out for both of these teams so much back and forth here. Look at all 3 men of Code Magic taking SK Gaming down 1-8 here. Look at this.
It's a classic combination you see in so many games. The tank and spank. Rosa out in front, tanking those shots as Max dashes around the backside and deals a ton of damage. Working out quite well for Code Magic Purple, even though they haven't seemed to be able to grab the lead just yet. They are still in it to win it, fighting for their lives now against the SK Gaming team that has been so heavy to apply this pressure and are winning right now in this game number 4. Looking to get a few more safe shots off here. Twisty Twig on the edge, complicating matters for CMP, not able to keep their heads on straight.
Yeah. Side lane are honestly really bad. Hold on to Twisty, then just hanging on, holding his ground, healing up. But now SK very low on that left-hand side. Should be a good push here for Code Magic. Twisty escaped through though, however, and there's gonna be a base race right now, Woody.
Jetton makes a stab in, and Daryl certainly has more DPS than Max on the close range attack. Sun Bentley doing his best to defend this safe, but in a 2-on-1 battle with your safe already so low, it looks like Code Magic Purple have had the mistake. It's going to cost them the series down to 15%, and one more sneaky hit from any of the SK players could finish it off. 30 seconds left to close the gap.
Look at the uncertainty now, because they don't. SK Gaming are, and they're lurking there now, rolling in, going out, and that is going to seal the deal for SK Gaming, who take that Heist.
It's all over for Heist. SK Gaming with the 2-0 set score just need to put one more under their belt to be the European champions for this April qualifier. Looking to earn the biggest monetary prize as well as points for the World Finals at the end of the year. We're hoping that we get a chance to see them back in the studio soon, but what a performance we've had just so far today, Ark. And expecting great things in this 3rd set. The last chance for Code Magic Purple to pull back against an awesome SK Gaming team.
Yeah, SK Gaming, they really, really want this. I think the points are very, very close between themselves and Code Magic right now. So they are going to want to capitalize on that moment here. And look at the amount of damage dealt there. So much damage, a lot of deaths, as we do tend to see, however, in Heist there. 41 deaths, 28 takedowns as well. But I think SK Gaming now are in a really, really good spot. They can smell it. It's only potentially, you know, one set away from taking this entire match and just eradicating Code Magic today from the scene.
Yeah, you actually saw a negative kill-death ratio there for the SK Gaming team, 28-41 on that Heist map. That really just goes to show, though, that it's not about brawler kills. It's all about taking that safe down. Whether or not you die a few times in the attempt doesn't really matter. If you get the damage in on that safe, you're clear to go.
Yeah, that is the thing. You know, it's all about that damage. We're not looking at bounty anymore, and sometimes it is worth getting yourself into a bit of a perilous position if it means that you're going to get that damage. That's going to turn the game into your favor. Right, here we go then, going into Siege now. Interesting comps. Gotta say how much I loved the interactions earlier now with that Frank gadget on the cards. Very interesting to see which player goes first to eradicate that stun.
Code Magic Purple pays a heavy price to get that first bolt, and it looks like SK Gaming will be the first to spawn a robot. They've been able to grab those bolts in the center of the arena, and there it comes, the level 3 Siege bot, as Code Magic Purple have finally been able to catch up on bolts, just not quickly enough to deny SK Gaming that first charge in.
Yeah, Curse went in so well there. Just getting that early death meant that he could then come back in
stun.
to deal with that. Yeah, great stun there. But the bot does go down pretty quick. A few shots from Wiley is going to bring the Code Magic safe down to 87%, however.
Grabbing control of the center of the arena, so important in this Siege game mode, and it looks like SK Gaming will be able to hold on to that dominant lead. We're going to get some coverage provided by Cursed there, sending in his super to try to deny vision to the opponents, and it's going to work out in their favor this time. They might even deny this second Siege bot to SK Gaming, tied up 4-4 now. They're going to get the 5th bolt, and that looks like Code Magic Purple have found a chance to counterattack.
Yeah, that was really, really well thought through, actually. Very strategic there, because Code Magic could have maybe, with a bit of thought, tied that round, but they knew it was far better to gain that control. And look at the damage going in now. A lot of pressure on SK Gaming. I don't think they're going to push it all the way, but definitely try to look to hold that mid ground for the next push.
It's all about who gets this third and final Siege bot, and SK Gaming have got a big bolt advantage, up 4. It's going to be up to the CMP team to regain control of the center, and it's not looking too likely. We need another super from Curse, and it's not going to happen. Twisty Twig rolling in for the kill. That is a double for SK Gaming. You can't make a comeback when you're that far behind.
Well, bolts already banked now, and the pressure is down on Magic. They're going to need cure kills now. They need to get Shell out of the picture and to get White out of the picture here early on, or they're going to be taking a absolute beating. Sun Bentley with a good delay there. Great delay will spawn back in, but look at now as Shill and Whitey closing in here. It's looking like it's going to be really hard to defend this.
You can't stop a bot that big, and with a smashing performance, success for SK Gaming, the first and third Siege bots, enough to clinch victory in this game number 1.
A great start for SK Gaming. I wonder actually whether we'll see Code Magic go for that same brawler pick of Frank, being so dominant with that new gadget, that noise cancellating gadget that we've seen in Brawl earlier today. It does go a long way as well for that mid-area control, but it was absolutely a great performance from SK Gaming to hold until the very end and get that final push.
We'll be back into game number 2 in just a few short seconds. Siege is the name of the game. SK Gaming is the dominant team right now in the European region, having picked up their first match win, and now with a 2-0 set score over Code Magic Purple, they are looking in just 2 more short games to grab total victory. We're not going to see much of a brawler change in this next setup. The first Siege will spawn in 23 seconds.
Time is ticking down, and look at this. Jetton is going to match that Frank pick. I did wonder whether Code Magic would, and interesting enough, Jetton was the first player in the world to reach 1,000 trophies with Frank prior to the trophy inflation. So Jetton is a very accomplished Frank, and that's got to be noted as far as things go for Code Magic.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say let's be frank, but I think it's better to let Jetton play that role. He's done so well with him in the past. and is showing us once again why Code Magic is in this European finals. It's so difficult to go up against SK Gaming, but Jetton is giving his team the shot that they deserve. A lot of damage coming in on the safe, though, as SK Gaming have had a bot uncontested on it for a long time, now down to half hit points. Code Magic Purple reclaim the center of the arena, but they're going to have their work cut out for them, even if they get this second siege bot like they did last game.
Yeah, it was a very difficult strategy to really go with, very high risk, but I think if Code control this area in the middle, get this next push, and then retain that control, it might pay off. There's a lot of that take on one bot, 50%, but this could work out well, depending on how this level 6 push goes.
It seemed almost like SK Gaming thought that they could just go for the killing blow right there on an almost all-in to support that siege bot. They were rewarded with quite a bit of damage, but not even below half health, and they've lost this second bot now. They've got a 5-volt lead, though, and that was even bigger than the that they had that previous game. With I don't know if Code Magic Purple has got it in them to pick up this third and final siege bot, the bot that they need to stay in this match.
Yeah, if Ashil hadn't banked that bolt there, it was a split second there. It might have made a difference, but now Waidu banking that bolt is going to mean that it's going to be an SK Gaming push for sure. They would have had to have banked every bolt really to stop an inevitable push, but it's going to be at least a 9, possibly even a 10. A 10 siege bot now coming in for Code Magic Purple to have to defend.
It's hard to say what Code Magic could have even done differently that time. It just seems like when SK Gaming has got their perfect preferred comp and they're playing all these brawlers at such a high level, there's almost nothing you can do. So many hit points, such fantastic range with YDE tossing off shot after shot, and so difficult to break through a brawler like Achilles playing as Frank with over 10,000 points, Mark.
Yeah, honestly, it's a really, really difficult combo to work up against, but I still think, with Jetton playing Frank, that, it might be able to level things out a bit if Code Magic can just find it within themselves now to make a bit of a comeback here. Interestingly enough, it was this actual map, because I pushed with Jetton to get that milestone, that he did push Frank to 1,000 tribute, so he is very comfortable playing Frank on this map, but the pressure is on for Code Magic now to respond.
Look, as great as you can be, it's a 3-player squad, and every single player has got to be a strong link in order for this chain to hold. SK Gaming just need one final victory to walk away as champions for the region. Can Code Magic Purple get a siege bot or 2 in there and hold off against this huge force that's been just raining down destruction on them?
It can be done, but honestly, it is a big, big ask now at this stage, being behind in the way that they are. It's got to be playing on their minds now. Those mind games come into play massively in these stressful environments, and it can happen. It's going to be a big, big ask now for Code Magic to turn this one around.
Aquila gets a bit of a lucky bolt spawn there and will grab another one here. The siege bot spawning for SK Gaming, and momentum will start on the top of the map, once again pushing down against this Code Magic Purple team.
Yep. Early pressure then from SK Gaming. Jetton with a nice super that does stun the bot, and Twisting being forced to use his super to roll away from that. Should be a relatively comfortable defense then for Code Magic. Wiley's just hanging on that left-hand side there, putting pressure on, but nonetheless, not bad. Not a bad start for Code Magic, to be completely honest, under the circumstances.
Yeah, denying all bot damage, and now with a big bolt lead for the second, it looks like they'll be able to get the second siege bot if they can just survive a bit longer. A really risky play from Daryl here on the right side. Curse doing his best to hold on to dear life, but finished off by Achilles. Still not going to be enough for SK to catch up in the bolt score.
Twisty just rolling out, then rolling into the dangerous Ike perimeter, but then rolling back out. We are going to see a push, however, now for Code Magic, but there was some amazing plays from both Code Magic and SK Gaming that went down there quickly. Can Jetton get a good stun here? We'll see. It's pretty good.
The Cursed. Wow, playing really aggressively, rolling in and looking for the kill. Down to 20%, 18. The bot's getting more shots. That's all there is. Code Magic find their first win in this siege mode.
I called it. Jetton is not to be underestimated as Frank. When he gets onto that Ike, he knows how to cycle those supers in to keep that stun, retaining to enable him to not take that damage directly from the Ike. And there you saw how absolutely devastating it can be when he gets himself into the position that he's looking to get into.
Jetton charging in fast and shouts out, "Stop!" Because it's hammer time, knocks that Ike down and gives CMP the breathing room that they need. Jetton grabs the first bolt here and will pull back into safe space as he tries to find another chance to get a few shots off. Low on hit points, so he's going to have to hold back and recover, but they might have done enough already to deny SK Gaming the first siege bot. He gets another bolt, and it looks like that'll be the case. CMP, for the very first time, will get the first siege bot.
Great roll there from Curse as well. Going to be respawning Whitey back in. Should be able to comfortably... Oh, no, Twisted does actually get the takedown there on Curse, but nonetheless, that's probably a really good timing for Curse. Probably a great timing for Curse now, because he can respawn back in. As long as Sun and Jetson can stay alive here, it could be a good place to control for the next round.
Incredible and unprecedented lead for Code Magic Purple in the starting segment of this game number 4. It seemed like SK Gaming was, toe-to-toe with them in terms of center control, but great spawns on those bolts and really snappy recovery time from CMP have given them the edge. First bot, it seems like in the second bot, it's really neck and neck, even with Code Magic ahead now in the last few seconds.
Great plays here for Code Magic. Got to be said, they're keeping calm and starting to bring this back really nicely. There was a great interaction between Jetson and Shield on that right-hand side. Both players being really conscious as to when to pop that gadget. But look at this push coming in. And, if Jetson gets into a dangerous spot here, this could be devastating here for SK Gaming.
A few body shots here, but they're going for the kill. All of them are in. Dominating that Ike without any team losses. Code Magic Purple have tied up this set, Art.
It's not over yet. We are seeing what I said might happen, this comeback now from Code Magic. That Frank pick, which I thought might come in, I wasn't sure. But now look at the turnaround that we're starting to see here. Much, much more comfortable Code Magic now in these sets of heist.
Wow, not even a brawler swap, just really getting a little bit lucky with those bolt spawns, but also is keeping their squads spread out so that SK Gaming doesn't get the chance to get that team kill that they've been able to grab in the first couple of games to start off this series. Wow, I'm really looking forward to this 5th game. Who is going to walk away? Can Code Magic Purple pull off this reverse sweep in the set, or will SK Gaming put the last nail in the coffin? Remember, we're still in match point, Ark.
Yeah, I know it's hard to remember now, but we actually are still in a position where, if SK Gaming can just get one more win, they are going to be able to take this. And Code Magic are hanging on. If they can get this first round push to go in their favor, then I think it'll be a great start for them to continue that momentum forwards.
Very well done here to SK Gaming, finally getting that first siege bot again and reclaiming their position up at the top here. Curse going down, not getting much value out of that little bit of a roll, charging up that shield, but that siege bot is still looking pretty strong, storming into the arena here. Akile not able to get the kill on Sunbelly, though. That ticking damage able to finish him off, and it's going to be just single digits of damage on that enemy Ike, maybe taking it down 16% overall.
Yeah, not too much damage there. Jetson was desperately trying to earn super from someone during that push. Wasn't able to get it. A bit unfortunate in terms of timings there. I think if he had super, then we wouldn't have seen any damage at all now. But look at this control we're starting to see now from SK Gaming. 4 bolts in the bank, and no real sign that Code Magic are going to be able to get any more from this round. It's going to be a second push for SK Gaming here.
SK Gaming sneaking around along the edges and able to get that bolt score up really high. YDE even taking a few shots here, but keeps the bolt on his side of the arena. Akila will be to continue pushing Sun Bentley back. Can't find an easy shot on him, though. Twisty gets a few in there, but epic defense from Code Magic Purple. They haven't gotten a single bot yet, but their Ike is still up at 84%, and it's going to be all up to this final siege to determine who gets the win. A bolt advantage for CMP, but can they keep control of the center map?
Yeah, it's so close. Somebody should get this kill, and Whitey does indeed. Could be the turn now. Look at this mid-control from Code Magic now. They just need one push and 16% damage, and this is going to be going to the next game mode, Woody.
Code Magic have got the last siege bot. It's level 8, not too strong, but that might be just enough to get that 60% in. And meanwhile, SK Gaming are going to go for a sneaky attack of their own, try to get a little bit more Ike damage off to provide some more cushioning. They're going in for the kill, but looks like they can't finish it off. And on the other side, it's all over. CMP have blasted that Ike to pieces.
Wow, really smart strategy. Got to be noticed by Twisty and Whitey there, by going to that right-hand side to try to get additional damage. I felt like it was a little bit too late because Code Magic were already positioned to just batter that Ike, and Jetson stayed back, rightly so, to defend. But what an exciting set of Siege. Code Magic, under all that pressure against all the odds, are hanging on by a thread here.
Too late and a bit too little, but you got to give them credit for giving themselves that little bit of chance to make the win happen, even when things seemed all lost. Code Magic Purple, though, finally scoring the first set win against SK Gaming in this series today. Finally getting a little bit of breathing room now. They've got the 1-2 set score. They've had reverse sweeps go in their favor before. Can they make it happen again? We've got 2 more sets to get an answer to that question.
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't sure whether Code Magic had it in them at the state that they were in, being on match point. There must have been so much pressure, but they did. They collected themselves. Jetson made that change of Brawler. It definitely seemed to work out, and now the pressure is on going into triple dribble. Is Brawl Ball going to be as favorable to Code Magic as we saw in the last games of Siege?
Well, Ark, you know, purple is the color of royalty, so they might be looking for their chance to step up as the kings of Europe to kick out SK Gaming. We've got another set starting up very shortly. What sort of brawler picks are you expecting for this 4th one?
For me, Ems right now is incredibly strong in the meta, as we've seen many instances of Ems being picked today. It's definitely one that the pro scene are struggling with right now. We're going to be seeing a lot of Gene as well, which could be a really interesting brawler. We've seen him banned a lot today, so let's see what happens with this.
Yeah, finally without the bans. What's the crucial opportunity that you're looking for with Gene here to get the win for either team? Is it a pull to bust down some boxes or to pull enemies away from a scoring opportunity?
Well, this is it. And Jetson's a very, very accomplished Gene, massively so. Very, very much one of the best, if not the best, in the whole of Europe. So making that gadget look easy with that knockback. Jetson will be looking to make a pull here through the box if he can. He does. It does. Whoa! And there we go. That is how it is done. Curse with a great goal there, supported by Jetson. Wow, great start.
And knocking down some of those boxes on the SK Gaming side of the arena, making it even easier to make their way in again. Code Magic Purple looking strong in this Brawl Ball game here, but SK Gaming aren't going to go down without a fight. They're going to speed on in here, pass it to Akile, and drills it in. A 1-1 tie to start things off.
Wow, such a quick response then from SK Gaming. They know they needed it. They wanted to get that done early on. A great pull there, and supported by Cursed. Not running Band-Aid must be noted there. But look at this push now as Whitey pops him. Surely this is going to work. Oh my goodness. It could have gone either way.
Attack from Max, but can't get all the way in. And Whitey's in a lot of trouble now, being pushed back. Sun Bentley's shots are just denying defensive access here for the SK Gaming team. They're all the way back into their own goal, and finally Akile is able to break out.
I'm just in awe of these gadget plays that we're seeing. Such subtle things. A great cancellation there from Curse as the shield tried to get off that super. He can, however, cancel it out with his gadget of noise cancellation, so just bear that one in mind. But great positioning now for Code Magic if they can just secure this with 30 seconds remaining.
So if you pop a noise cancellation and then your super, is your super guaranteed to land? Is that what you're saying?
It would be a very difficult thing to time, but I do. Oh, look at this amazing dash from Curse! I can't even finish my sentence as it goes in as quickly as that. Wow.
The win for Code Magic Purple, as we were debating the usage of Frank gadgets there. Sneaky shot in from, I think that was Shelly at the very last moment to grab the first goal. And, you know, SK Gaming, I gotta say, I think Brawl Ball was their very best set in the previous match against Code Magic Black, but having dropped the first game now to Code Magic Purple, what did they do wrong, Ark?
It's a difficult one to say because with these implementation of gadgets, there's more unpredictability, much more of a chance to turn around a really aggressive push into a really great defense. And that's what we saw, a lot of dashing and a lot of speed boosts and all those kinds of things. They kind of stack. But, you know, with Frank on the pitch, be aware of those things because his gadget does have, as we were saying before, the ability to cancel out some of those stun effects. So if you're quick on your toes, if you can see it before it happens, and you'll hear a little jingle in the audio as well when it is active, he can survive some of those instances. So look out for that.
Okay, well, that can come in really handy. If you definitely need to land that blow, drop that Frank gadget before you use your super and give yourself a little bit more wiggle room to make sure that that hammer lands. It deals a ton of damage, but that cancellation can be really frustrating when you need to get that hit in. Advantage for Code Magic Purple now as we move into game number 2 in just a very short amount of time. Are you expecting to see any of them play M's?
I'm pretty surprised to have not seen it yet. I mean, I don't remember it being on the ban list, but I think she's a great viable option here. We'll have to wait and see what these teams pick. But Curses, we're going with a Tara pick here. That's a really interesting brawler. Probably not much value from the gadget, but a great brawler for this map, must be said.
Yeah, also able to get those brawler pulls just like Jean, but can also knock down those walls and other obstacles as well. So interesting that they're going for kind of that double pull, double obstacle knockdown comp.
Jetson already in the swing of things with great precision on those pulls. Bentley playing Max with that super, being able to push out really comfortably. So giving Code Magic some breathing space here and just able to push the ball up and buy some time here. Great start for Code Magic, actually. Look how far up, because Bentley is now with a bit of support from Jetson. This could be really good for Code Magic.
Akile rolls in and will start to melt the opposition. Really high hit point brawler and dealing a ton of damage out on the bottom left side of the map there. Akile working very well for SK Gaming now to get this enemy team pushed back, and they're almost back all the way to their goal line now. A toss over to Akile, but he was not in position to catch it and make that shot happen. Nice super here now from Curse will keep his team topped off as that healing shade in the back is going to start to do some great work on this next push.
Great pull there from Jetson, and yeah, it's a great push in general from SK Gaming, putting a lot of pressure on Code Magic here. Can Code Magic now do something about this?
This might be it.
Yeah, there's so much going on here, and I don't think Curse can... Oh, quite. It was a great attempt.
Hot by Twick.
So much going on. Wasn't able to avail to a goal there, but great pushes from both of these teams back and forth right now. It's very intense.
Sends the ball in, but not anywhere near the goal, just passing it off to the Code Magic team. A drilling shot, though, from Akile. Takes down Jetton, but not able to get it all the way in. He grabs the ball and will pull back a little bit here. Twisty Twig at full health. Makes a shot, but can't finish it off. Sun Barely, the last line of defense. Now, finally, Jetton is back in the action. Wow, another really close scoring opportunity, but neither team able to finish it off.
Again, these gadgets are making such an impact here. When you think it's all over, something else will come up. And we're about to go into overtime now as well. So those gadgets may have all been exacerbated in these final moments here if teams haven't been resourceful about that. Look at this push, though, from SK Gaming, pushing in. The pull from Jet, but the shell with the blow and the goal. And that is going to be the round to SK Gaming.
Well played to SK, taking advantage of those boxes popping in overtime there to give the perfect opportunity for a shot. Akile tossing it forward and rolling it straight in. I mean, when your entire body is built to look like a Brawl ball, you gotta assume that that's gonna give you a little bit of an advantage, right, Ark?
Yeah, I mean, it was it was an unfortunate pull there. It didn't quite go the way of Code Magic, but nonetheless, I think the strategy, the positioning of that moment was very crucial there for SK. They knew the boxes were going down. They had to sort of position themselves to be as close to the goal to make that as much of an opportunity for them as possible.
The set is tied up now, and Game 3 is underway very shortly. I don't see any brawler changes, so we're going to try to stick with what's worked in the past. Actually, I guess Tara's going to be coming out in favor of Jean once again for the CMP side of things.
Yeah, Tara for me wasn't really doing too much. The gadget as well is not really great for this map. So I think there's a better option there to be had, and But now look at this push. A pull.
Ooh, wow.
Twist is good. A super from Whitey. Surely this is going to end in a goal. It is a goal on the cards for SK.
Brilliant heads-up play by Twisty Twig there, getting the pull of the last defender, and nice job there from YDE, keeping the pace up and getting the ball all the way, but what? Heard about his fair play, and Cursed gets the return goal to tie it up.
What incredible passing from Comatch. A really quick response as well. That does go a long way. You know, returning these plays as quickly as they come does say a big statement to the other team here. But look at this. All of Code Magic now with Super, the popping, leverage. What is chaos? I love to see it, Woody.
They're all clumped up there. There's just no splash damage from SK Gaming to make advantage of that opportunity. Akile now kind of forced in an awkward position to try to toss the ball out, but doesn't really get it as far as he had hoped. And once again, Code Magic are closing in on the win. Sutton Billy with the ball. The shot from Cursed. It's in!
My goodness me. There was so much going on in that game. I could barely see half of the action, but so much back and forth, so much accuracy. It's got to be said on these gene pulls and the timings for these max dashes here. These players making it look so easy, and I can assure you it is not.
And once again, that little last-second stutter step from Cursed after he realized the enemy team was wiped and there was nothing to keep him out of the goal. Just kind of sitting there on the goal line for a second or two, rubbing it in their faces, you know, doing a little finger wag as he waits to score that last goal. CMP now up for the first time in a set. 2-1 over SK Gaming. You know, they pulled off the win in the previous set, but it was a reverse sweep that they were kind of barely able to hang on to. Finally, they're ahead with the advantage in a set. That's going to be so energizing for them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And now the pressure is just completely swapped over to SK Gaming. Who would have thought, right? But, you know, if Code Magic can just continue this assault and keep that pressure on, then it's going to be doing wonders for them in terms of how, you know, SK Gaming are dealing with the pressure of this. What a great position for them to find themselves in against all the odds.
Well, let's get on into it. Game number 4 is now underway, and it's the same brawler setups once again. We're going to finally see if CMP have got what it takes to get this set score tied up. SK Gaming going to start off with a bit more aggressive placement here, moving in over on the right side. Akile gets a few shots off, but hasn't been able to take down any brawlers yet.
Yeah, both teams now. I mean, Jetson here is in a great spot to use this gadget. If he can just pop this gadget now would be a great time. It would push everyone back, but no, Twisty with a great pull shuts it down. I think SK are safe, but it was not looking that safe.
Yeah, the defense will hold up this time for SK Gaming. All three of their brawlers still safe. None too healthy, though. Gonna have to recover a little bit before they make their next drill on in. YDE taking a few shots out there on the right side here, but it looks like he's got his super nearly charged up, and he should be able to charge in there. There he goes. Pops it right on top of Twisty Twig, but they're taking a ton of hits. SK Gaming's counterattack is falling limp here, Ark.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, though, that was a great change-up of things for SK Gaming. To play a bit slower, try to reduce the pace. A great pull from Twisty as well. Will start to deflate some of that.
Coming in.
Magic push here. As SK Gaming pushing in, Jetson with a push of the gadget in return, and Curse with a final attempt to try to make something happen. Double balls from Twisty and Jetson. Oh my goodness me, I love this game mode with these gadgets. It's fantastic.
Curse had to throw away a super there, and that's a bit unfortunate. He's getting really close to his own side here. Curse does repel the invasion, though, and will keep YDE at bay. No goal yet for either team as we're moving into the final minute until overtime. Now, it was an advantage for SK Gaming when we went to overtime last time. Do you think that we could see a win here for SK if we go to overtime again?
It's going to be really, really hard to call. I think at the moment it greatly depends upon how much of those gadgets are being used at the moment, and are they just looking to tie things up quickly. Ooh. As we see a great moment here for SK if they can
pass
a pass to Whitey. The shot is in. Whitey puts one on the board for SK Gaming, and that they needed that to happen at the time it did. The pressure now on Code Magic. The roll because is great.
Code Magic. First sneaks around the edge and puts an equalizer up on the board. It's all back to 1-1 as we're about to start into overtime here. Twisty Twig on the counterattack. All three players alive. Akile has the ball but loses it. Whitey drills it in. SK Gaming have tied it up, Ark.
What are we witnessing, Woody? It keeps going down to a match point here and there, and so much again to go back and see in that game. A great return goal from Curse, I've got to say, like a split-second turnaround, but in the end, it was absolutely another greatly timed push going in towards a potential overtime by SK Gaming just to kind of get it done.
It takes two teams to tango at this game, I guess, because if either team is playing defensively or cautiously, you don't see a whole lot of that rapid, fast-paced action. But if both teams are going at it as hard as they can, you see exactly what we just witnessed. A really rapid finish to that last game with a 2-0 lead for SK Gaming, or a 2-1 win, rather. It's all tied up now with a match opportunity for SK Gaming if they get this last game under their belt.
Yeah, gotta remind ourselves of that because, you know, if SK Gaming can win this next game, they will take it. And if Code Magic win this game, we'll be going to the 5th and final set to determine who is going to be the winner of the Europe group.
Tricky spot there for Code Magic Purple. They had to drop their own barrels out in front, so that's going to be one less obstacle for SK Gaming to have to get through the next time that they make their attack. A clumped up team from Code Magic Purple is finally getting a chance to spread out here and get some more damage in. A kill, however, for Sun Bentley will get them a little bit more breathing room as SK Gaming are going to be back on defense now, trying to keep this attack from staying off their goal. Both of those brawlers really low, though.
Could be a really good spot for him to get a pull here as Code Magic respawning him with full health. But no,
nice.
Not if Twisty has anything to say about it. You can see it coming and goes in there early on. But now look at this. A bit of a squeeze here by Code Magic on SK, putting them into a bit of a corner. But should be able to defend now with a bit of healing up. And Wiley's probably going to take it to a safe spot in that side zone.
Aggressive roll from Cursed is able to get quite a bit of damage in, but doesn't knock any of those brawlers down. Sun Bentley doing his best to keep that pressure up, sends the ball in, but not toward the goal. Twisty Twig with the defense will be able to keep his head on straight. Jetton gets the pull, though, and finishes him off. If he can pass it to Cursed, he might have a shot to goal.
It could be a spot here for Code Magic if they can just get through this wall of pressure here coming from SK Gaming. And we're also seeing so much from the speed side of things with these dashes and gadgets popping up here and there. But now look at this, a really important takedown by Sun Bentley there.
The shot!
It's not enough. It is going to be SK putting the first goal on the cards. Pressure now massively on Code Magic.
Last chance for them to win. Can Code Magic Purple get the equalizer? The shot, but it misses. An incredible mistake that might cost them the whole series. SK Gaming will hold on.
What an unfortunate miss by Sun Bentley. It was really difficult to call there, but it nonetheless did not make it in right when Code Magic needed it most. And now Curse is surely not going to be able to get it. It's going to be SK Gaming that take the European group.
Congratulations to SK, a really hard-fought matchup against Code Magic Purple, a team that seemed down and out but had nearly gotten it to a tied spot here, coming really close to pulling off the win in Brawl Ball. But SK Gaming is the team of the day. 2-0 wins against both of the Code Magic squads.
Yeah, there was not enough magic dust in the bag for Code Magic to pull out, it seemed. And SK Gaming, very, very dominant here today. We saw them just defying the odds a lot of the time, especially when under all that pressure from that potential reverse sweep from Code Magic. But they will be victorious today, taking with them a ton of points and, of course, a ton of cash.
The team to beat in Europe is SK Gaming. Our third match is already done, and very shortly we will have our fourth and final coming from the North American region. I'm going to be stepping away from the desk, but I just want to say thanks to everyone at Supercell and to ESL, as well as my fellow casters, for being able to pull together and make this monthly final happen. We were hoping to get things off to a great start, and I think that today has gone very smoothly. So credit to all of y'all and to the teams for being on point and making everything run like butter. The viewers out there are what make this show happen at the end of the day, though, so thank you all for tuning in.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, Woody. Absolutely. Very, very unprecedented times, very challenging times. And a big shout out to the players as well, many of who were, very devastated to not be able to go physically to Katowice in Poland. As much fun as it would have been, and great to meet all of those players. The circumstances are not such, but I think it's been very, very smooth on the whole. And all these players going into the games very quickly, which has been great to see today.
Well, if you guys are at home watching this, you're doing the right thing. Hashtag stay home and stay safe. We're going to be sending it on now to cue off the next match. Falcone, what have you got for us?
I am still just reeling after that almost comeback from Code Magic Purple, but SK laid down the law, $12,000, 70 points going their way, but the train doesn't stop there for today. Here is the final result of the bracket for the European group, and as you can see, SK were coming in first. Code Magic Purple will be taking the second prize of $7,000 and 50 points, and in third place were Code Magic Black. But next up, we've got the NA versus LATAM finals. This is a one-match wonder for this group. Best out of five once again. But we will be very soon deciding which of these two teams, Space Station Gaming or INTZ, will be the champions of the NA and LATAM regions. There you go. There is the leaderboard, the overall leaderboard for Europe. Clash sitting right on top still with 150 points. They were the winners of the March monthly finals in the Katowice studio. But, things could be shaping up a little bit more. Clash not quite getting in with the qualifiers for the April monthly finals is going to mean that they've fallen behind a little bit, or rather their lead has fallen behind. Nobody's quite going to be catching up with them this month, but they are going to be getting a little bit closer. Here you see Space Station Gaming and INTZ. These are the teams that are going to be playing in the NA versus LATAM finals. And now, just before we get into that one, I have got a few fun little bits of information about these teams. When Crying Man was asked which is the strongest team, or the team that they at Space Station Gaming are most afraid to fight against, he said Bobby's girlfriend's team is strong. I don't know what team that is, but thank you for that, Crying Man. OG's hobby is being a TikTok superstar, and his superpower is handshakes. He's going to struggle a little bit with that one, playing against his opponents from home online. So sorry about that, OG. But moving on to the other team, INTZ. Consti's superpower is that he can spin a lot, whereas Marcel's superpower is apparently toxicity. We'll have to see how that comes into play when it comes to the following match. If they could have any addition to their team, they would all like to have Guille from Clash, but again, Clash aren't here. We'll have to see about that next time. But we are ready for the final match of the day. It's going to be Space Station Gaming versus INTZ. Casters, over to you.
Thank you very much, Falcone. Yes, I'm back with Arc. Just as we started off today's action, we're going to move over to the North America and LATAM finals. And I was keenly watching the European finals. Great to see SK dominance, but let's shift it up. Let's see what they can do across the pond. And already we've got our bans coming in. We got Ems and Jackie. Now, Jackie's unsurprising, but based off of what we just saw in Europe, I think Ems being a ban is quite justified as well.
Yeah, M's being very, very dominant today, and we've had our EU vibes for today. We're now going over to the NA vibes, and great to see Space Station Gaming coming in now to the monthly lands. Bobby, OG, Crying Man, Jack Shepard, very, very strong team from them. Crying Man and Jack go back to the World semi-finals last year in Worlds and got a lot of great experience from that side of things, and especially from the LATAM side as well. Both two very strong teams here, I feel, today.
Yeah, so we're hoping to see great things from them. You just saw our map set on screen as well, so we're going to be kicking things off shortly. Unlike EU, this is just one match, and it is done one best of 5 of best of 5 to decide who wins it all. And if you're wondering what's happening with the Asian regions, well, that's what's going to be coming up on your screens tomorrow, and we're going to have that final in a similar fashion to how we had EU. We'll explain more about that at the end of the show and a little bit more tomorrow. But it's INTZ going up against Space Station Gaming. Both organizations who are prevalent across multiple esports titles. So it's great to see them getting involved with Brawl Stars, and let's see how they do on their first map as we jump into Brawl Ball.
Yeah, both of these two teams have not played at all today, so they will have been warming up on ladder or scrims prior to this. But here we go then with NA and LATAM. OG with the pick of Frank straight off the bat. I really like that pick. I think that will go very well on this particular map as well. Great early pressure though, got to be said from Ints, who are now on the return push here now.
58 HP for OG. He's going to go down, obviously. It's just on Bobby to try and hold the line, buy some time for the respawns to come in. Has to pop his super to keep in the game right now, but he's locked up by Marcel and Consti, who's going to move forward. OG tanking it up. He's going to catch the ball and try and get this anywhere away from the goal to buy some more time. Tucking it in the back corner is not the worst idea because this is now just a game of kills. And as long as Bobby and YouTube can, Cryman can get out of the goal, they're going to be fine afterwards. But Guido comes back in again with the last call. He has to use his barrel roll to get out of the damage, and they're still on the back foot yet again.
It was a great place to put the ball by OG. I actually really like that strategy for sure. And now we can start to see Space Station Gaming get out of their spawn. What was happening was Ince was getting them into a cycle of just not being able to push back, constantly getting them taken down. But what a great spot here. Oh, great gadget use from Marcel. Yeah, to cancel out OG. Wow, really well thought through there from Ince.
Yeah, it stops him from using his own super, destroying all this terrain, getting the stun, and potentially starting a snowball effect to getting that first goal. Then he's going to pull him in afterwards and take care of Frank while he was on low HP, just leaving Bobby and Crying Man up to try and find a way to defend this one. The tempo's not there for Iron. Time seconds remaining for him to make a move.
Yeah, if OG was able to pop his gadget, he might have been able to avoid that knockback. But again, gadgets bringing in another dimension of things having to be thought about. Very difficult to really know as well whether your team that you're facing have actually even still got their gadget to use. And picking the right times is so important. But we're seeing already today that use of that Gene gadget being so much value applied for your team.
The heal, the pushback, it's fantastic. And 12 seconds remaining. Overtime's going to go into effect, so this might play into the hands of Space Station Gaming. They've been trying to break down terrain and been shut down the entire time. Well, now overtime comes into effect. That's not an objective. The stun's lined up for OG. He lands it right on top of Consti. They're going to roll forward and try and get this in the back of the goal, but they can't find it on target, leaving just OG alive to die. Cut off by the last call of Consti and Guido. They press forward with Bobby. Marcel has the super pass enabled. If they can get rid of Crying Man, he can weave it in. Try to put it into the backside. No one catches it. And Marcel scores the goal, taking game number 1 in favor of INTZ.
Wow, a great early start. It was very difficult to know at that point in time when Space Station Gaming had the push on the goal, whether it was going to avail to anything. Unfortunately, it did not. And that goal in overtime playing such a vital attribute for Team Ince now, and the first game in the bag. Wow.
Yeah, not fast like we saw in the previous series with some SK games, but when it comes down to Brawl Ball, that went the distance into overtime and only just came out, but that was the first clash. Now, they know what the compositions both of them are comfortable running and what they want to go with. We could see the adaptations come into play and completely change the playing field moving into game 2.
Yeah, I really like the brawler picks, I've got to be said. I think that Frank here being played by OG is a really valid choice. I don't think we're going to see any switching up, however. I don't think that, for me at least, Space Station Gaming had so much of a problem dealing with the comp. It just came down to that kind of like last-minute slip, I feel. But we'll have to wait and see.
Let's jump into game number 2, find out if any of those changes have come in. Mr. P coming out for OG instead of the Frank. And they got the Mystic duo of Tara and Gene.
I take it back. OG clearly not feeling the Frank pick was giving him enough value, and Mr. P here could be a really, really good idea to take into this game here. If OG can get super now and place it down quickly, then that would be a great position here.
Not getting that super at all. Gets absolutely wiped out by Guido. As now they're going to go on the aggression again. The last call cutting off all the movement potentially here for Crying Man, but Consti going to be in the front line, get the pass from Marcel. They just need to get past OG. And they're not able to get it in. Oh, Consti squeezed that one in! The first ball going in so fast for INTZ.
Wow, what a really, really fast start. And I feel like as well, Greedy's got a great choice of brawler here. I mean, Barley is giving him so much value with that sort of being able to force Space Station Gaming around at will here. It's going so much more in their favor having that thrower on their side.
Great pull there by Bobby to pull in. He breaks a bit of his own terrain. That's the cost of doing business when you're using that hand so close to your own goal. He will remove one from the field, allowing them time to get out of their goal line and attempt to go on a counter-attack. So they've cleared some bodies from INTZ, but they need to press forward now. Bobby, with a brief pass into the mid, will enable him to attack and look for another opportunity. Now, Marcel and Bobby are both sitting on there. A super great pull onto Marcel. Opens it up, and there's the gravity from Crying Man to bring them all together. That's 2 down for INTZ. Space Station Gaming, they're going on the offensive, and a great pull again from Bobby. Finds themselves the Barley. They've got a near open goal. Find the opportunity, and Crying Man with the equalizer.
Great return fire then from Space Station Gaming, who get a goal on the cards here as well. I really like that OG as well is running that star power for Mr. P. That tin can star power, I think, will go a long way here. Good shots on Marcel as well. A bit of a need to defend this now from Space Station Gaming, but defend it they do. Very comfortably done. Crying Man now able to go a bit more on the offensive here.
Yeah, he's looking for Guido, who's low. The extra range, the range on the briefcase, not quite there for OG, so he won't get the kill. Guido being hunted down by the empowered Porter, though, makes it so difficult. Overtime's about to come into effect. This is an opportunity now for Space Station Gaming to come back into this. Marcel looking to get that super on the ground, find an easy pull into one of the opponents, and Bobby's in the exact same boat right now. Used his own gadget to get some healing and create some distance, but there's the last call to try and break up the playing field.
I've got a feeling that OG's been saving some of his gadget as well for overtime. I haven't seen much of Service Bell out except for that one instance, so we might well see if there's a great pull from Bobby, goes in there, getting the takedown, and now the pressure on Marcella's got to be mounting here, but
But that might not be the best play because you're moving Crying Man in. He's sitting on the gravity right now. He pulls two together, and Bobby! Able to weave it in. There's the equalizer from Space Station Gaming, and it means we're going to tie out this set.
What an amazing timing there between Crying Man and Bobby to shoot that ball straight through the middle of that Tara suck. And yeah, Space Station Gaming now just getting into their flow of things and starting to get a bit of momentum going in because they were a little bit slow to the mark, gotta be said.
Well, they're able to eventually get there where they need to. The adaptation was definitely needed for Space Station Gaming. This composition working out so much better for them than the use of Frank they had in the first matchup. Going to move into game number 3. Now the onus might be on INTZ to change it up, or is it just they feel that the execution of their composition wasn't up to par?
Well, gotta be said, like, Mr. P has got that really annoying quality, and this map is really catered towards him being very, very strong, as we've seen with OG playing him. So, I don't know. For me, I might be thinking maybe I'll bring out Mr. P as well. Like, you know, you can place that Porter super into a really nice tight spot in the corner, which kind of always keeps it active. So, I don't know. We might see Mr. P come out as well.
Well, they might go for the mirror matchup, of course, what we were seeing in our first game. I feel like each series has brought its own take to what the composition should be. I don't think we're seeing consistently a meta coming on. That's mainly by virtue of us also playing different maps as well. I imagine if we had the same maps, we might see the same comps come out. But really, consistently, you're just seeing the same strong brawlers we had from the previous month before we had gadgets in play, barring the ones that are obviously banned out. So there's not, to me, any dominant change coming through because of the inconsistent maps that we're using. Would you agree with that assessment, Ark?
Yeah, I mean, some brawlers, it's got to be said, do have a very strong gadget, which do make them more viable. So we have seen a bit of a usage rate go up for things like Ems, and Jean has always been pretty dominant regardless of that gadget, and now just having that on top makes him even more of a powerhouse. But OG actually feels like the Barley pick, and I did mention that earlier, that Gudu had a good brawler pick with Barley here, and I know that OG does like Barley a lot, so actually didn't feel like Mr. P was doing as much for him as maybe Barley was being done by INTZ.
I think it's for moments like this where you can throw out the last call and cut Marcel off. He has nowhere to go right now, and really apply pressure onto aggressive positioning from INTZ. Crying Man's going to put it in the back corner and try and lock them into this pen, but he hasn't got the support from his team, who are respawning right now. Great pull onto Consti. from Crying Man. Well, it wasn't from Crying Man, it was from Bobby, but Crying Man was the one who got the kill. That's what counts. Sending in that Shadow Clone into the goal line as well. Now they just need to wait for the right opportunity to get that kill. Marcel, sitting on his super, might want to try and shut this down altogether. He's able to get control without burning that all-important spell.
Yep, OG now locking in, Constantly down to the goal. Great pull from Marcel, does get the takedown now. Bobby return pull, however. 3 shots on Greedy, gets it done, and should allow Space Station Gaming to push back now. OG under pressure, but again, look at that positioning now. He can just stay back, but no, Marcel has anything to say about it. Pulls left, right, and center. Love to see it.
They're getting them so fast. Arc is basically being used on cooldown immediately, and they're trying to find a way to weave shots at each other, build it up even faster. I think Marcel took an attempt there to try and grab Bobby. He didn't quite catch him there on the left-hand side, so does mean Bobby has an unused spell. He's going to not miss as he finds Consti on the need, so the gravity's going to pull him in instead. Pass up the field. There's a chance here for you to walk away. Crying Man trying to grab the ball. Weren't fast enough, and the respawns have come in.
Yeah, I think Bobby now will be looking for getting into a position that's stunned for that needs to catch them. Very devastating. And Marcel to finish things off. I was going to say, I think that Bobby was looking to get a pull to break some of that cover there, but didn't quite get the opportunity to do so. With 20 minutes left, though, 20 seconds left, though, it doesn't seem like we're...
20 minutes? What game are you playing on?
I know, right? It's, again, the impact of self-isolation and not knowing differencing in dimensions. But here we go, 6 seconds now.
Overtime's going to get triggered, definitely, here. So this is going to make things a little bit harder for INTZ, who've been on the back foot. They've used the last call to clear some space. Went for the magic hand that also missed on the Bobby, but Bobby just doesn't miss. Oh, he will go ahead and get that goal as well. And SSG will take that game, and they push themselves to set point.
Yeah, a great spot for Space Station now. Playing the slow game, it seemed, just kind of like being very consciously aware to not concede and waiting for that opportune moment to capitalize for that goal. And it came in the overtime. It was a really well-calculated moment, and it definitely went their way. Great pull from Bobby, got to be said, and OG with the finish. Fantastic place from Space Station Gaming.
So yeah, they are currently 2-1 on Brawl Ball right now as we're getting ready to go into game number 4. An early lead in the series could prove pivotal, given that much needed momentum for the rest of this North American and LATAM final. Adaptations coming in each game. We're seeing someone iterate on something different. We just saw OG switch over to Barley when he played Mr. P. Is this the winning combination for Space Station Gaming? Do you think they're going to use this comp to see out to the end of Brawl Ball?
Do you know what? I don't know, and that's what I love so much about Space Station Gaming's strategy here. They are just constantly mixing things up and changing things, and like I said earlier today, that is a big factor when it comes to competitive. The more that you can keep your opposition guessing and not knowing what your next move is going to be, the more advantageous it is for you. So I'd love to see them probably mix up even again.
Could see that. What would you put in there? What do you think their composition could be lacking? What substitution do you think they can make into that one arc?
I don't know. I think OG probably felt like Barley was working out better. And in general, if you have a mirror comp or something close to a mirror comp, then it is a bit more controllable, a little bit less RNG and random in that respect. But I know that OG does like playing Barley a lot and does like throwers, very much a sort of thrower and long-ranged kind of brawler preference for OG. So I think he'd be comfortable. But again, he might just throw another spanner in the works. We don't know.
Yeah, so throwers potentially. I don't know. How do you feel about Tick right now? Just because his gadget's a little bit not the best, I'd say, out of all the gadgets that are on option. Obviously, you drop the grenade and then you can get a quick dash as well at the same time. But I don't think he's quite strong enough to keep up with the other big boys right now, is he?
The thing about Tick on Brawl Ball is that it's very hard to defend. Okay, yes, you've got your super, your Tick head can provide some knockback and make the ball drop from your opponent's feet. But in general, there are better throwers to choose with regards to that kind of defense. Tick's a much better brawler for more area control and game modes where if you are pushed back, it doesn't matter quite as much, like Bounty, for example. But I think Barley here is definitely a really great choice. And Bobby, you ain't going to be moving Bobby away from Gene. He's his baby. And it's working out very well as well for both teams with that gadget. So I don't think we'll see many changes, but again, who
If you
knows?
just want to strip down the performance between Bobby and Marcel, the big difference between those two in the Gene play has been the accuracy with their supers. Bobby has consistently hit his, and we saw multiple times Marcel not finding the connection, maybe going for slightly riskier plays, but it doesn't change the fact that I don't think I've seen Bobby miss his super yet.
That is the power of auto-aim, Trid, and Bobby is very accustomed to smashing that auto-aim when it comes to his Gene plays, as we know. And going in now, we are going to see actually some changes, and another brawler which OG loves to play. Spike making an entrance here.
Sakura Spike, obviously beautiful looking skin. Going to be playing off to the side. So I think OG's actually just spinning the wheel right now. Oh, look at that. Guido actually moving forward. He tried to go for the same move we've seen with M's on the gadget and push them back behind the goal line and walk it in. Wasn't able to do so, but the pressure from INTZ is here early, and I love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really unexpected thing to see, and I think as well, Marcel doing a lot of good work with that Nita gadget as well, that stun. If you're unaware, timing in a stun once you have your bear on the map does cause a lot of devastation, but look at the pressure now on SSG's shoulders as we get a great pull from Bobby. Should allow actually, yeah, but no! Cryman went down, and that is going to be a goal on the cards for INTZ. Wow, great start for them.
It wasn't a compositional change we were looking for, Ark. It was to rotate who's playing what brawler. It's working out. Guido on the Gene, pulling it beautifully for Marcel to be the one to get that damage in. Running away with the Nita right now. Not able to find that connection, but he will take out Crying Man instead. Bobby off to the side, pushed back by the gadget. Spike not getting the damage. Oh, we'll get that final spike as it just spreads out from the grenade. He's got that area, he's got the AoE available to him now with his own super. He's finding the right opportunity. Great pull from Bobby. Pulls in Marcel again. It keeps him with the man advantage and keeps the pressure on.
Yeah, and a great suck from Cryman as well. And look at Consti now stuck in the spike trap. Bobby should be looking for getting a pull here, I think. He'll be looking to line up some kind of pull, break some cover. But like you said as well, I think there's the pull we see there. Comfortably done by SSG. But are they able to get this goal? They're not quite able to finish it.
The gravity.
Yet,
Oh, Consti. Oh, he gets pulled up by Bobby. They're just sitting ducks right now to this madman's Gene.
But the thing is, they're not scoring the goal. And in the meantime, INTZ have already got one on the board. Unless SSG can get something done in 20 seconds, they're going to take this round trip.
Yeah, and INTZ looking to tie this one out. Ball's in the back left corner, and SSG can't get out of their half. So this is INTZ equalizing the set and forcing us out to game number 5.
Wow, SSG just not able to take us in the second set yet. We are going to see it to the next set to decide which of these two teams is going to take that first set. And for me, Gene is doing a lot of work, but I think what SSG didn't quite do enough in that game was take down that cover. There's so much cover in this particular Brawl map in Penalty Kick, and you've got to get rid of it if you want to be able to create those opportunities easily.
Well, they were able to break down cover towards the end, but with 20 seconds remaining, Ark, there's not much they can do with that, unfortunately. So not the early focus on that they needed, but they were able to put some effort towards it in the end. We're going to have one more game to go to decide who takes away the first set, and potentially the way this series is going so far, Ark, we could be in for the long haul, which I'm very pleased about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen it time and time again today. Just when you think you've got it all sussed and covered, something else will come up and just completely blow everything up into a position where you just don't know what is going to happen. It's crazy, and I love it.
Well, jumping into that game 5 now is coming onto your screens very shortly. INTZ have the momentum. Let's see if they can close out the set as we move into our final map.
All to play for. Then OG going back to that Barley pick, and I think that's a wise choice actually for him to do. Like you rightly mentioned earlier, Guidi now playing Gene. It's a very rare thing for teams to actually continue the same comp whilst changing up their roles. So it's a very interesting thing to see that being done. But already again, SSG on the back foot here.
Going to keep him in their spawn for the time being. Nice pull from Marcel, does break his own cover down though, so it's a little bit counterintuitive, but they needed something to try and break the cover and break themselves out of the spawn room.
Yeah, if Crying Man and Bobby can just kind of cycle and get this super quickly, it will give them a bit of a breathing space here. But all this time, while Guido actually wastes it, I was going to point out that he had it, but that pressure now definitely leaving the hands of INTZ and going in favor of SSG if they can just gain some composure here on this defense.
There you go, another pull. Will pull in Marcel. The gravity tries to get Guido. He's just on the barrier of that. Will escape around the cover, but now he's locked in this corner. He's easy pickings for SSG. And I need to get the ball into the half of INTZ and try and find some offensive to capitalize on.
Yeah, here we go then. SSG getting pushed back a little bit by that need to bear from Marcel. And Crying Man there, you can see using his gadget to see. I'm not quite sure what that would do in terms of any kind of advantageous positioning there for them, because I think it's just more a bit of a troll, really, to be fair. But double balls there from Bobby and Guido. Guido goes down, however, though. And this could be a great chance here for Space Station Gaming if they can just get the past OG here. Can this go in? No,
he's not going to be able to get it. He's going to try for the last haul, get some damage. Guido's going to pull it back, and the ball not able to find the correct angle on that one, unfortunately.
Difficult positioning there from OG. I'm sure he was going for the ricochet shot off the corner if it could have been done, but with that spawning in, very difficult thing to time. Great pull from Guido as well, though, and does get eventually taken down from Cryman. Dangerous position now for SSG here.
Yeah, OG's locked in the back corner. He's been taken out. Open goal here. It's easy for Consti to walk it one. And Marcel will be able to get that first goal. With 10 seconds remaining, INTZ, they're definitely going to be walking away with this map, barring some miracle. And SSG have to go for it. Bobby's trying his best. He won't find it. They got the kills, but the ball's in the back of the line. And INTZ will walk away with the game win, and they'll take the first map.
Gotta be said, I really admire the attempt there from Bobby in those final seconds. There was very much no time to do anything about it, but just when I thought that was the case, I thought that could have actually availed into a last-second goal then, but it is going to be INTZ that take this first set and putting some pressure then on the shoulders of Space Station Gaming, who just needs to kind of get back into this a bit, and depending upon what the next game mode is, it could be a chance for them to do just that.
Hoping to see this series go the distance. INTZ leading the pack right now in this matchup. Space Station Gaming so close to being able to walk away with the map, but the pressure became too much in their final attempt. And like you said, Ark, we're going to get that map set on your screen to give you a brief reminder very shortly. I'm hoping to see where we're going and what match we are going to have. We'll have a look at some stats first on your screen. They're nearly 500k, so close to hitting the 500,000 in terms of damage dealt for INTZ.
My OCD is triggered massively.
Why is it? Well, to be fair, it's lucky 777 on the end of that, so not the worst as well. Maybe there's some patterns you can take away.
Absolutely. Then here we go then. Siege is going to be the next game mode. The map will be nuts and bolts, and potentially I think this could be a more favorite game mode for SSG, to be honest. A bit more territorial, a bit more control based, knowing quite intimately the brawlers that SSG play with, a bit of a potential cushioning here to slow the pace down, and that definitely seems to be the thing for me, at least, that INTC have done really well. It's put a lot of quick early pressure upon SSG and force them back into that spawn. So maybe having said that, it could also be a good game mode for them as well.
Yeah, what you said there, I think, is the train of thought I'm going down here, Ark. If they can grab that early pressure, especially in Siege, where you can easily snowball the situation by just perpetually getting the Siege bots, you win the early pressure, you win the early fight, you get a level 2, level 3 Siege bot going into Space Station Gaming's base, then, well, you can just maintain that mid-control and build up a bolt economy that Space Station Gaming just can't come back from. So that early pressure may be the deciding factor before Space Station Gaming even really get to play the game.
That's true, but this is a great opportunity for OG to bring out Brock, and that is one of his favorite brawlers. Very long range, able to keep INTZ a bit more of a distance here, and also very good at breaking those walls in regards to getting the bot closer towards the Ike faster. We're going to see now what the brawler picks are then, and OG going with Frank instead this time. Bobby going with Rosa instead of the Gene pick. Very unexpected brawler picks here from SSG.
This is what they rolled out with on their first map, was it not? The Frank Rosa the Frank Rosa Daryl combination. It just got absolutely wiped by.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, they changed it just as quickly as it didn't work out very well for them early on. But they're going to go back with this comp. Obviously, then maybe something which was working out very well in their scrims, and they changed in the previous game mode because it wasn't working out. But willing to give it a second chance, it seems, nonetheless. And the push is in their favor for the first one. So let's see how this goes.
Well, they're into the baseline now, and they're being locked up by the Roboport of the Dispenser. And the Robo Siege was not going to get any damage, but now you have to worry about what SSG do with the time and the aggro that was drawn. They drop it down to 64% from the first offensive, but INTZ are already sat on 3 bolts. OG doing his best to stun up Marcel and go for the kill, not going to find it. That lead is going to continue to grow for INTZ unless something drastic happens on the side of Space Station Gaming.
I actually really like this spot for SSG, to be completely honest, because if you look at the amount of bolts they are trying to bank at the same time, if they can defend this like one push, then it is going to be a final push in their hands. And Bobby going down there might put a little bit less pressure on Guido in terms of his survival here. But a great amount of the delay being done by OG there and Crying Man. It should be a relatively comfortable defense, I feel, here.
Bobby can pop his super and he needs to buy more time, but the invulnerability shield from Crying Man should be enough, as this is going to erode away. But that's a great offensive by INTZ that does put them in the lead for the last siege, and it puts them in a great spot.
Yeah, OG then didn't quite connect that super that could come back to haunt SSG unless these bolts can be banked. Marcel gets one there for INTZ, but Cryman should bank this one. Marcel is looking like it could even be a draw here between the two teams, and that would be devastation for SSG here.
3 seconds remaining. It looks like INTZ still have that lead. They've got 2 bolts in hand. That's a level 7 siege bot coming in for the final siege. So this is all about the defense right now, because if Space Station Gaming are able to go for the defense and hold back the siege bot while getting damaged themselves, it may be over. And INTZ know that. That's why they retreated and they played in their own base, and they're going to let the siege bot do its own work and jump into the grave that SSG built for themselves. They're going to take down the Ike. INTZ lead the set.
Wow, that was not how I thought it might go in these final stages. I actually thought it was quite a calculated strategy from SSG, but it did have a lot weighing on the idea that they would have to regain that mid control, which they were just never really able to do. The bolts were kind of even at the beginning of the round as well, which didn't really help the situation. No real deficit there to be accounted for. So yeah, unfortunately, we might see some rethought, being done by SSG now in terms of their brawler comps, or maybe we'll see the same comp being pushed through again. Let's wait and see what they choose.
I think they may see some adaptations. I'm not a big fan of the Frank Rosa Daryl composition on this particular map. I'm yet to see a lot of success from these comps in official play, and like you alluded to, Ark, they may be having great success with them in scrims, but if it's not working in officials, then it's all for naught. So we might see some adaptations to that composition. I'm kind of hoping we do.
Yeah, we saw Jetson change out to Frank actually earlier on in the season. It worked out really well, but it really does depend greatly on what your opposition are doing at the time and what their comp is and what their strategy is. And, in my experience in the competitive scene, it does say a lot when teams do decide to make a change, to keep things being switched up and to keep people guessing. You want to keep people guessing as much as possible. So seeing whether they change, that would be interesting to see.
Game number 2, sticking with the same composition on the side of SSG. INTZ going to stay the same as well. Mr. P with the barley. And of course have Daryl, who's going to roll in nice and early, try and stop Bobby from cashing in that bolt. And he wasn't able to do it. It did leave himself just before. More bolts picked up by OG. So that's going to be first siege bot going over to SSG.
I know it doesn't sound like much, but this is a great start for SSG if they can just retain position here and get that first bot on the INTZ's Ike. Then being able to spawn trap here will go such a long way. And with this brawler comp here, OG going down the side here, taking a lot of damage but getting the stun, and then Cryman rolled in to take and tank for some of that damage. Look at this amazing
Oh my
display
god, it looks like it's over. The
SSG.
Ike NTZ has been demolished. by SSG. I take back everything I said. They're slowly winning me over with this composition arc.
Wow, I mean, honestly, you got to break that down and see how clever that was from SSG, because OG went in quite prematurely to tank some damage to get the stun, and then Crying Man rolled in to redirect the Ike onto him to tank damage for OG, and then Bobby started tanking damage for everyone else. It was
Beautiful
really
cycle.
methodical, yeah, amazing.
Beautiful cycle going in there to juggle the aggro. Usually you see aggro juggling onto the siege bot rather than the Ike. But that was a great example as you highlighted Ike. Ike? I was going to call you Ike then.
Oh, you can
Ike. Like a great example there of just cycling juggling the aggro, making sure that everyone stays nice and healthy. Great presence of mind by INTZ there. I did spot that as the super from Frank was being charged up, they did give him a lot of respect and distance to make sure they weren't caught up in the stun. So they were still being conscious of that despite all the chaos in their own base, which is always good to know.
Honestly, to do a one push in Siege in the competitive scene, it is not an easy feat. And this is why these particular brawlers, if you can get that first push, can provide a real great amount of pressure. And now that's going to give Space Station Gaming a little bit of a lift, making them not necessarily doubt the comp as much as they perhaps may have been before this.
Jumping into game number 3 then, it's still SSG going up against INTZ. After a dominant performance, will the win be taken out of their sails? They're going to change up the composition now. So they've got themselves a Barley and Spike with the Frank, who's already been demolished. And Consti's also going onto the Spike with this one as well. So the only difference is the Frank being traded out for the Daryl.
Well, actually, OG was playing Frank, and now Bobby's playing Frank. So, again, both of these teams showing signs of not being too stuck into playing one particular brawler. Very open to the idea of letting someone else play the same brawler. But the push is coming in now by INTZ here. Pretty good defense, though, so far from SSG, got to be said. But now comes more pressure. Marcel with the roll. Quite a bit of damage there being done to the SSG Ike. 33% remaining. That's gotta hurt, Trid.
Yeah, that's not quite the one push wonder we saw from the last map, but it's certainly going to make him feel the hurt. Last call being put out to try and give them this mid control to build up the Bolt economy. They've got a small lead already. They want to extend that one out. Consti under pressure from OG spike bombs and going to try and place some himself, but it doesn't change the fact that INTZ have the Bolt lead, and now they're going to maintain it. Level 5 Bolts, Siege Bot coming in with this one, and they might be able to walk away with the win on this map if they just play this right.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of pressure now for SSG. I like that. Super from OG, the respawning in from Bobby as well, because there's not much damage to do, and Marcel rolls in and gets it done before the bot even makes it there.
If the Ike wasn't even in range, he just tanked it all for, like, what?
Get it done quick, Trid. Get it done quick. And that is what INTZ needed to do then. Putting them only one game away from taking this siege set now.
Yeah, so it was the steel hoops from Marcel, and then to tank up some of that damage while he was going in. And then you had Barley still outside of the range, able to hit them on the edge of the border of his regular attacks and get that damage over time. Damage combined was easily enough for them to break down that 30%. The Siege Bot's main job there was just to draw the aggro from Space Station Gaming to not stop the aggressive push from INTZ. Still getting value out of the Siege Bot, it's not damage.
Yeah, exactly that. And, SSG, you've got to be really careful now because having taken that second game really comfortably, they're now in a position where they might be going 2 sets down, which is going to put so much pressure. We saw that happen earlier on today with Code Magic Purple versus SK Gaming, and it didn't work out well. Spoiler alert, if you're just tuning in for Code Magic Purple, Space Station Gaming could well be finding themselves in that same position if they don't pull their socks up.
Yeah, you don't want to be 2-0 down in a series ever. It's far from ideal, and you still have to win those 3 matches you would have done from the start, except you've already started to hit that mental exhaustion that comes from playing, because you do get mentally exhausted in a series. It's not physical exertion, you have to think, and it is quite tiring, and that fatigue often influences play later in the series.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, both of these teams making their debut in the monthly LAN events. They're going to be both wanting to start off on a really, really good footing here. So everything to play for here. Big points, big cash as well. As a great pull from Bobby takes down Guido there, shutting me down mid-sentence. The level 2 spot coming in then for SSG.
Great adaptation. Both teams opting to go for the Gene now to change it up. Bobby getting the better of his counterpart so far as the bot will walk in. Marcel onto the backline, try and keep Bobby away from the fight and keep him outside of the range of the Ike and the Siege bot. Guido doing exactly what I want to see, which is using his super to pull the Siege bot away from the Ike and relieve pressure after the fact.
Gotta say, I'm loving this new brawler comp here from SSG. Bobby going back to his roots playing Gene, something he's really comfortable doing with that great auto-aim pull on Marcel. OG as well, going with Barley, getting some great damage over the Siege bot as well. It's going to go a really long way, and already look at this control, this new amount of area control from SSG. A much different display here going on.
Level 6 Siege bot coming in now, like you said, off the back of great mid control from the lineup of Space Station Gaming. A completely different team and a level of confidence we haven't seen from them so far. We do buy more time with his own super, but here comes the offensive from SSG. They're going in for the Ike, and there's nothing to stop them. SSG will equalize the set, and we're going to game 5.
Taking it down to the wire then, and that just goes to show, I really feel like that is that change up, that brawler change up. OG going with Barley, able to get that damage. Bobby going with Gene and just consistently hitting those pulls. It's definitely given them a bit of a new lease of life here, going into this final round, this final game of Siege now.
Yeah, the adaptation from the Gene were great. Yet again, Bobby showing he is the superior Gene on the map and able to find those aggressive pulls to create opportunities for his team to get that mid control, get the bolts, and all the time you see Guido being forced to use his super defensively and not create plays, and it's that snowball effect that comes from perpetually being on the back foot that really let INTZ down this game.
Yeah, this is the thing. Bobby knows better than anyone. The power of the auto-aim Gene pull is just, you can't beat it. You cannot beat it. He's got it down to an art. He never misses his pulls. It's a fact.
I'll laugh if he misses a pull in the next one. Just to prove you wrong now. Just be like, no, I'm going to throw this one in the opposite direction just to prove Ark wrong.
He's probably watching the stream as he plays, as he does do really successfully well. Many players either choose to be on the stream and watch in the chat or just to focus. And yeah, he might well do that just to spite me, to be fair.
I hope not. I think his drive to win would probably outweigh his desire to make you look like a fool.
Possibly, but you know, you never know with these things. You never know.
Well, maybe if he goes 2-0 up in the series, he might contemplate doing that. Map number 5 on your screens right now. Do or die for Siege. And it's the same composition coming out for SSG, putting a lot of faith into the Gene. And it's looking like INTZ decided to switch it up and get the Mr. P instead.
Yeah, a really strange time, I think, to switch things up. I'm not sure whether Mr. P will get as much damage for me as something like a thrower or something. But you know, we're going to see now the first push coming in for SSG. I'm not sure what I feel about this change abroad to Mr. P, bro. I mean, it's kind of a weird time to change it. And look at the amount of pressure now coming in from SSG.
They set up they're trying to set up the Roboporter to distract the Siege bot, so they're able to get the last call on a couple of bottles onto the Ike. They will drop it down to 61% HP. The Bolt lead isn't too significant right now, but the issue is INTZ can't get any mid control, so they're never going to be able to catch up.
Absolutely, this is the problem now with Mr. P having no real impact with his super. It's kind of like a bit of a deflated push that we're seeing from INTZ, giving Space Station Gaming a great chance. Not even a single bolt is banked currently by INTZ. A level 9 coming in and nothing in the bank ready to come back for a final potential push, even if they wanted it, Trin.
This is over, Ark. This composition has completely backfired for INTZ right now. SSG just getting exactly what they want. They pulled Marcel out of the barrel roll, and I think INTZ realized that this is over right now. They're just throwing around, having a good time, enjoying it, having a mental reset and going, we're going to have to fight them on the next one, lads. SSG going to equalize the match by taking Siege.
Wow, it couldn't have come at a better time. It's got to be said, a lot of pressure, but actually SSG made it look quite easy to them. It looked quite comfortable and a bit shaky, more so from INTZ with that brawler change. I think that they might be well regretting that change up to Mr. P looking back on that, and that may have cost them that second set.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It really fell by the wayside on that final map. So we're getting ready to jump into Bounty as our next map, and we're heading to Layer Cake for this one. So we'll see some changes to the composition, no doubt. What are we expecting to see on this next map arc?
Well, actually, funnily enough, you were mentioning about Tick being maybe not as viable in Brawl earlier. I think we're absolutely going to see Tick shine now in Layer Cake, and Bounty being such a great game mode for him to thrive in. Look at that damage dealt there by Space Station Gaming. 21 kills, 15 deaths. Not a bad kill-death ratio, and that could come in really handy going into Bounty, because as we know, kill-death ratios mean so much in Bounty.
So yeah, just a reminder, Layer Cake, that's exactly what it looks like. I believe last time we saw this at the monthly final, the meta that was being played was Tick, Piper, and Brock, abusing the long range, trying to destroy the cover. That was the name of the game. It could well be the same, barring some changes due to the gadgets being involved.
Yeah, I think Brock is now actually a lot more viable, especially on Layer Cake. Being able to jump out of harm's way over a wall and be completely covered is a really, really good thing. To be honest, Piper's gadget, for me, is not all that great. You get a little bit of damage, but it's pretty underwhelming, so I think those things could go a long way. And now, finally, OG could break out that Brock card that he's been holding back on so far.
Well, it's Bobby that's going to be playing the Brock this time around, and it's OG on the bow instead. So they're going to be using that super totem, no doubt to help them with the endeavor to break that terrain, but also provide some pressure. Marcel out with the Mr. P, and Guido on the Piper. So here's how this is going to play out right now. The aggression coming in from INTZ in terms of positioning, but Bobby walks forward to get that first kill. Nice and easy for SSG to take the early lead.
Gotta say, I love the bow pick from OG. OG actually really does love playing bow. I got a lot of milestones with that particular brawler. Did some interviews with him on that. So it's going to actually allow both of Bobby and OG to share the load of two really interesting brawler picks. And look at this, hunkering down now on that gadget, getting that supers quickly, and not much of a lead, but I think this is a really good strategy here from SSG.
So far, playing quite conservatively, playing around behind the terrain. Bobby's going to keep firing those rockets from afar, trying to get that pick damage, and the same thing can be said about OG. Crackman's going to be sitting on his head first, waiting for the right time to strike. Bobby takes out the head first coming in from Consti, so he won't be falling prey to that damage. It's all very slow for the side of SSG. They have a lead, they don't need to throw it away, and they don't need to do anything risky.
Yeah, Bobby's going to be very, very cautious here. Guido is playing Piper. It's about 2 shots on Bobby before he will go down. Those 4 stars would absolutely be beneficial now for INTZ for a very quick turnaround. Got to be careful. SSG have got to be a bit careful with regards to that potential turnaround there.
Well, the stars have gone into a 2 difference right now, so if Bobby goes down, that will spell disaster for SSG, who are just trying to sit in this power totem and give themselves that ability to really deflect the attack from INTZ that's coming in. 15 seconds remaining, and they're pushing them to the brink. Head first, taken out by the side of INTZ. Bobby has the rocket rain. He's going to drop it right on top of Guido. Forces out the super defensively from Guido to stay alive. Marcel incredibly low. Can't get the angle to take him out, but no kills coming for INTZ. So Space Station Gaming walk away with map number 1.
Wow, I don't know whether you saw OG on that bottom right-hand side was so very low at the end of that game, which would have given the draw, but it didn't happen. SSG are victorious in that first game, but it was for a great deal of time there, SSG being very much pushed back into their spawn, and I don't know whether they got maybe a little bit lucky towards the end of that game. They looked like they might have been struggling a little bit, Trid.
Yeah, definitely unable to find a footing in that particular matchup, and I think that just came from the early lead. I think it's incredibly hard with the composition they were rolling out with to regain control of Bounty, whereas if they got that first kill, they could have played on the defensive, and I think they would have had a much easier time with their particular composition. But when you're trying to aggress with a Piper into that duel behind cover, you can't really get up safely to use your own super to destroy it, so you can't create the sightlines you need to get value.
Yeah, really valid points there as well. We're going to see any changes there, not to SSG, that's for sure. We are going to see pretty much the same couple we saw last game here.
Yep.
And Guido taking that right-hand side lane as Mr. P. We saw a little bit of gadget use from Guido in the last game, but I think he could have used it a bit more successfully. So push and goes down very early on there on that right-hand side lane.
Bobby just absolutely riggedy wrecked him on the right-hand side, and now, yet again, INTZ have to go on the offensive, and they struggled to do this in the previous match. Do they have something else? Consti's in a very difficult spot. He stayed way too aggressive for too long, and this lead is really opened up.
Yeah, I think it was a bit too much of an aggressive start. Guido now on 18 HP there, but I don't think OG can quite secure the kill. But it will place down some mines straight onto the middle. And SSG just focusing on tearing this map up right now. I get the feeling that there's not going to be much left of that middle area, which is going to cause a lot of problems there probably for Marcel.
It's going to make it incredibly difficult for him to find any safe angles of attack. They're moving forward. Bobby has the rocket rain. He's going to drop it on, destroy the robo-portal dispenser as well as that terrain as well. So Marcel has to move forward and try and play behind this aggressive cover, but another rocket rain coming in from Bobby will miss out for now. They're trying to find the damage. Crying Man needs to be careful. He's sitting on 4 stars. It's an 8-1 lead with 30 seconds remaining, but there is a potential for a very fast swing if they can find the right kills. Consti throws up the head first. They're going to clash over with Crying Man, so they cancel each other out. Consti very low from a snipe from Bobby. Marcel trying to find the damage, but won't get there in time. And so they will get a kill onto Crying Man. They just need to find one more with 17 seconds remaining, and INTZ can come back into this.
Crying Man going down there could be a really bad thing for SSG unless they can hold their ground here for this push coming in by INTZ with 5 seconds. They put a takedown from Bobby. The super hit so well from Bobby there. And OG with the finish. A comfortable ending then for SSG when it looked like it might have gone the way of INTZ if they hadn't have just been able to hold on at the entrant.
Space Station Gaming still sticking strong with this particular composition and walking away with another victory on Layer Cake. One more on this map and they will go to match against INTZ after dropping the first match. So really, I think this is the point with your INTZ. You need to change composition. This isn't working for you right now, and you're knocking on death's door for bounty.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. For me, I feel like it hasn't really gone the way of INTZ since that change up, that switch over to Mr. P. As annoying as Mr. P is, and especially with that gadget being able to apply an additional damage and HP boost to your porter, is that there are better choices, I feel, under this circumstances of Brawler to use. And Mr. P, to be honest, doesn't have really too much DPS. And I think that's where they're going wrong.
We're still sticking with the exact same composition now, so it's really to do with the method of approach. Consti has to use his gadget to get away, nearly evades all the damage, but doesn't find all of the evasive maneuvers he needs. Great return to Consti to find Bo, though, so it's not a total loss. Only 1 star in it, and SSG are pushing forward. This is uncharacteristic of them on Layer Cake so far.
Yeah, just playing a bit of the slow game almost and just trying to depend on INTZ to make those pushes. I've got to say, I do love this dynamic of pinching between OG and Bobby, placing shots strategically to force a position, a move of INTZ into a spot to just incur even more damage there. But Bobby does go down, but
traded out.
Yeah, but there's a counter death there, and I think they will actually go into SSG's favor in terms of starts.
It does keep the difference exactly the same of 1 in advantage of SSG, so it's still on a nice edge arc. 1 star in it, so 1 kill without a return will give anyone a lead in this one.
Really stunned the right side. Will OG finish? No! Marcel sees it happening. A very smart play there from INTZ.
Yeah, great recovery from them. You could very easy to get down and get knocked out there. Marcel had Bobby exposed but couldn't find the shots. So now has to retreat behind cover. 35 seconds remaining. Like I said, there's only 1 kill in it. OG taking a few shots, and there it is, Guido to secure it. And now SSG have 30 seconds to go on the offensive, but they're going to use this time to build up their supers and go in strong.
Yeah, OG going down there is going to give 1 star lead to INTZ. And with 20 seconds now, they really need to find a kill, or this round will go to INTZ here.
All supers online. Crying Man, Bobby, OG, they need to find the right combo to make it work. The head first goes out to draw some of the fire. Gonna get taken out by Piper on the back line. They're not able to get in close. They're firing everything they can. Guidu survives with 336 HP. So INTZ will keep this map alive.
INTZ holding on for dear life then. Very, very close exchanges. I did feel like it was a lot of pressure on the shoulders of SSG, to be completely honest. Having such a small star lead always means that with one kill, it can turn things around very quickly and put a lot of pressure on you when you least kind of expect it. And yeah, I mean, gotta hand it to INTZ for holding on, because not many HP there, still standing at the end of that countdown, Trid.
Yeah, it was so important. If he would have dropped that, then it obviously would have swung in the favor of SSG, and they would have been walking away with this map. So staying alive there, super important. Doesn't have the defensive tools that Piper has. She just went straight up into the sky, and there's no way you could have got that kill then. So the only thing you would have had left is the gadget to dash, but I think he'd used all of his charges by that point. So he was a sitting duck and very fortunate to not lose his life.
Yeah, giving them an extra life, as it were, here now, really. Giving them a chance to get a bit of a chance to come back and try to... I think they need to switch something up, man. I think they need to change brawlers. I think they got a bit lucky, to be honest, in that last game. Not too much so, but it was a much closer game that's been seen in larger deficits in the past. So a bit of a tricky one, but they got another chance. That's the most important thing to take away here.
We're loading to jump into map number 4 on Layer Cake and see if there can be a closeout here by Space Station Gaming, who have been very dominant so far, apart from that one last hiccup on the previous map. I've got a sneaking suspicion, Ark, they're going to be able to pull this one out and go 2-1 in this series, because I think it's been rare to see INTZ get their game together in such a way where they could walk away with the victory.
Yeah, for me, Space Station Gaming and Bounty have seen to be quite confident, quite collected. But as we know and have seen in Bounty, it can all turn around in like a last-second moment. So, INTZ could easily be able to do just that and turn things around in that respect. But, everything to play for, a bit of a second chance for INTZ here. But Space Station Gaming looking quite confident, for me, at least, yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. The confidence is resonating after a quite sloppy start. And it's not quite a reverse sweep, because they didn't go 0-2 down. Well, not yet anyway. But they are starting to make that recovery. We're just waiting to jump into map number 4. I'm not sure what the delay is for, but maybe they're talking strategy. Maybe this is INTZ going, yeah, we may have won that map, but I'm not too confident with it. What can we change? What can we make better? And so we keep saying that, well, I keep saying I think INTZ need to change up the strategy. What adaptation would you potentially see here at the risk of being wrong as we jump into this match?
Gene, for me, is a really good brawler pick for Layer Cake, and I'm surprised that we haven't seen it yet actually played today. And as it is not banned, we have seen Gene being played before in Siege. We're not going to see him coming out. INTZ, solid on the idea that Mr. P is the way to go here.
Yeah, they're still sticking true to their game plan. No one dropping down early, no one's claimed that first star. It is in a position I think INTZ can get away with it, maybe. Guidu going to be the one to pick it up. Dark can't lose his life here. Rocket Rain into the mid, but Guidu's able to go off to the right and make sure he doesn't get caught off guard by that.
Yeah, the middle star in the competitive scene is one of those things where sometimes it's better to actually use as a bait for your opponents to go for and then capitalize and try to get that kill in the process. And it depends. Some teams like to get that mid control sort of like firmly set in stone, and others like to be a bit more passive here. But nevertheless, 1-star lead then for INTZ, and other than that, not too much of a back and forth in terms of kills and deaths yet.
Great tag by Bobby. We'll put Piper on the back foot with half HP. They're sitting on supers. Rocket Rain could be good to destroy some of this cover. Not quite got the range to hit Marcel. Gonna hide behind it. Marcel walks forward. He's gonna use that super and escape, destroy the options that SSG have, and this slow passive game really helps out INTZ right now.
Yeah, I kind of feel like some of this destructive damage is a bit too late. We're almost 30 seconds away now from the end of this game, and there hasn't been a single kill being made. And it's going to be INTZ, which are going to be potentially walking away with the victory here, unless we see a change. And that change has come right there as Bobby takes out Marcel. And now things have turned around, man.
Yeah, it's INTZ have to go on the offensive with 15 seconds remaining. There's no cover to hide behind. You're going to take so much damage on the entry right now. The head first goes out as well. Tick actually dashes into it. There's an empowered portal on its way. It's true. Marcel found Bobby! And they get the lead for INTZ! They're going to equalize the map. They do not want to lose layer cake.
My goodness me, like we just discussed, right, how things can turn around at the very last second. And, you know, I thought that SSG had it in the bag until Bobby went down at the very last moment there.
That was
an
a max
amazing
range shot.
Yeah, an amazing angle by Marcel. Incredible.
Maximum range shot for Marcel to be able to take Bobby out on the back end and secure the victory there for INTZ. Which means we're tied going into game number 5 on this map. Oh, I was not expecting this to happen. I thought SSG were going to walk away with this one after for 2 games, and now INTZ have come back with this strategy. They're able to get that early lead, play passively, and even now when they had to go on the offensive, they were able to do so. That's the biggest difference so far. They struggled with that in game 1 and 2 of this set, and now they're able to start going on the offensive and find the kills and getting in clutch when they need it.
Yeah, both of these teams are so closely matched, and it's a bit of deja vu, isn't it, really? Like, we were in this exact same position earlier today, and, you know, SSG were able to hold their ground and remain collected in that siege game and kind of come back, as it were. But now the pressure again is back on, and, you know, if INTZ can get this next game in the bag, they're going to be 2-1 up in terms of sets, and that's a great place to be if you're that team.
Either of these teams are in that spot right now. Either of them could come out ahead, moving into the next match, moving to the next set, sorry. As we jump onto map number 5, Super Totem's already out for OG, so they're going to get that added bonus nice and early, and then go out swinging.
Yeah, I like that idea of Bobby trying to get his super quite early on, because the more that Bobby can do in terms of breaking some of that cover, the less that Marcel can do in terms of sniping power for INTZ.
Bobby not falling victim to those shots just yet. There's that first rocket rain to shut down some of the angles, and no one's gone for that first early start yet. Marcel going awfully close. The mines are now in place. It will make it slightly harder for INTZ to be decisive about going for it. Maybe allows SSG to go for it instead. Bobby taking up that first start, and now on the defensive ever so slightly.
Really smart play by SSG. They're just taking it very, very slowly there, knowing full well that one star it doesn't really do much in terms of the score. Obviously, it puts them in the lead for sure, but it just means that now INTZ have to be the ones to make the moves, and now we see why that's so important as Marcel goes down to OG, giving them now a 3-star lead.
Pressure's on for INTZ. We've seen them struggle back. It's been the slow story of them over the series of being able to change up to be playing aggressively. They really need to pull that same effort out now. 30 seconds remaining. 1 kill onto OG will seal the day. If not, they're going to have to find 2. And I think OG knows he's going to be playing extra defense.
Yeah, I've got to point out as well, Bobby is hitting these shots so accurately right now. And I think he continues to go this way. A comfortable win for SSG, but again, we've seen it time and time again. INTZ can turn it around in the final seconds, and here we go. The push is on from INTZ. Down for it.
That's it. Bobby goes aggressive with the gadget as well to shut down the tick and close down the thrower's range. They knew exactly what to do there, Ark, and they will take a layer as we move to set 4.
Kind of funny because we hadn't seen, I don't think, or at least I hadn't seen any use of that Brock gadget until then, but what a great use of it actually to kind of take that side lane and that choke there in those final seconds. Just a really interesting use of why Brock is still really, really good and viable in layer cake for sure.
Yeah, you know, you just saw it on the, I think it's the last replay you just saw there, Consti obviously going to abuse the fact he can hide behind cover with the tick. Brock says, well, no, your cover's useless. Let me jump over it, get in your face with these rockets, and I'm going to be able to kill you faster than you can do it to me because I don't have to wait for my damage to explode.
Yeah, exactly. Tick's so squidgy in that respect, and you know, really, really struggles with brawlers being up close and personal to be able to deal the damage back in return. And yeah, it's a very comfortable finish then, giving Space Station Gaming a bit of a chance to breathe now as we go into the next game mode. They are going to be now 2-1 up.
Great position to be in. Like that was the position they were looking at being as we go into this set. So Stone Fort's our next stop. Gem Grab is our map that we're looking to move into. What are you thinking in terms of compositions we're going to see on this one, Ark?
You know what? So much has changed in the meta since this game mode, this map was taken out of rotation and placed back in. Frank used to be really, really strong. I've seen some great plays on Twitter with Ricochet recently, but I think it's going to be a different meta as far as that's concerned. I mean, Ems would have been a great choice here for sure. This map, if you guys are newer and less aware to this map, it's all about making it a fort, dominating that mid area of control and just shutting down all of those entry points. Which, you know, some teams, if they have some kind of brawler to be able to inflict damage, environmental damage, might choose to open up some of these corner areas to provide a bigger funnel to be able to enter to get those gems from the middle. Yeah.
Is it worth, obviously you've got the hedge line across the side, is it worth picking up the Tara just for the gadget use in this one, just to see if you can survey where they might be? Or do you not think there's enough of a brush line to really invest into that?
This is the thing. If you can be sneaky about your situation, then you might have your teammates stay in the middle whilst you yourself go and kind of scout off to the side and try to just pick off brawlers as they kind of maybe are less aware to your existence in that respect. So could be a potential gadget to definitely be viable here for sure. Yeah.
Wait, hang on a minute. That's a Crow.
Yeah, Crow's gadget right now is crazy strong. I actually really like that pick. Never, I don't think, really seen Crow being used competitively, and now things are changing massively right now.
Right, so two Pams, Tara and Jean on the side of SSG, but it's Crow and Penny backing up the Pam on INTZ. Did we see Crow at all last month, Ark? I don't think we did.
I don't think we have, but his gadget, it's got to be said, it's incredibly strong at providing pretty much invincible shield. It's not quite that strong, but it does feel like it. Crow's been given a substantial boost, a much needed boost, and never going to see that gadget being used as well by Tara, by Crying Man. Very much a more traditional comp being used by SSG, and INTZ mixing things up a lot.
Yeah, the boomers are really taking it to the zoomers in terms of compositions right now. Bobby manhandling Marcel as he tries to get anywhere near him when that super's online, pulls him straight in and absolutely demolishes him. So he's not able to find the angles right now. This is looking really strong for SSG, and I'm struggling to see the INTZ counterplay right now.
It's going to be a tough one for sure. I mean, Bobby can counter a lot of those turrets, so he can pull, if he chooses to, the Penny turret, he can pull the Pam turret if he chooses to. But now look at Marcel here, noticing the position that Bobby's in, goes for the jump. Bobby pops his gadget and couldn't have timed that better in order to stay alive there.
Beautiful play by him, gets the heal off and mitigates some of the damage over time that comes from Crow's attacks. 9 gems to 4, one more will definitely make sure that INTZ needs to go on the offensive because the spawn rate wouldn't be high enough for them to match. They need to be careful. Penny's still firing out coin bags. Crying Man sitting on his own super. The gravity could be applied here, but the pressure certainly in control of INTZ, so they have that mid control and they can keep grabbing the gems. There's the gravity, takes out Marcel, and OG can walk in for the collection. Consti's in a bad spot by himself, and it's a 2v1 for SSG to take him out with 12 gems, and they make that. Mr. 17 coming in off the back of Bobby's super. INTZ have been demolished in game number 1.
Absolute annihilation in those final moments then. With just taking out every player for INTZ. And you know, this is what I'm thinking now is I think this more traditional brawler comp then could be the way to go. Even then we see with that Crow jump trying to capitalize on that take for Bobby. Bobby's gadget can provide him some additional health in the process, and so you know it's gonna be a difficult thing unless that timing is there to really capitalize using Crow, I think, but we'll have to wait and see.
A bit more urgency. I feel like it's a slow roll with the Crow, and I think sometimes the nature of this game demands something that can act a little bit faster, because really the only kind of burst damage that Crow has is when he has his super online, so it's incredibly circumstantial to having that active, and it's not always something that's available. So I'm hoping to see some adaptation from INTZ, because I really wasn't confident in the composition they were rolling out with.
Yeah, one strategy that's definitely worthy of noting with Crow is that if you pop your gadget prior to using your super, you'll land with that shield intact, which allows you to get really close and personal, to be able to take a lot of hits in that early exchange, which is where the most shots are placed. So that could be a way forward in terms of getting that takedown, but you've got to commit to the gem carrier and pop that gadget in advance to be able to survive that interaction, in my opinion.
Well, hopefully they make some changes. I suspect we won't see Crow in this next match. I think next game. Sorry. I think it's something that they wanted to try, see how it went. It may have had some success in scrims. You keep noticing, and correctly so, the power of that gadget, and that's why Crow is maybe slightly more viable than he was in previous months. Let's see the changes. Yeah, there's adaptations coming out. INTZ rolling with the Mr. P, the Pam, and the Gene. So they want to try and match it. The only difference being that their Tara is still on the side of SSG.
INTZ really adamant to play Mr. P today, and I can't help but feel like he might have just been pushed a little bit out of the meta recently with the introduction of gadgets. We've not really seen him play too much by other teams.
I love this. I love this so much. They're using Tara's gadget to scout them in the side brushes, and Bobby just says, get over here, and pulls them in. They reveal when Bobby has super online, find an easy target and pick them off one by one. This is amazing from SSG.
Yeah, it's a really thought-through comp, and I really like the use of that Tara gadget for sure. Just to be able to allow Bobby to use his super is a great use of teamwork, and Brawler comps just working really, really in favor of each other.
Well, Cryman's found a way to sneak into the back line. The Porters aren't going to allow him to do that undetected. OG's trying to do exactly the same thing. I think Constantine knows, because the Porters are going to keep scouting. There's so much value from Mr. P. I can see why they maybe went for the pick here, because it's really shutting down these sneak attacks that SSG are attempting to make.
Porters, in case you're unaware, will seek people out regardless as to whether they are in a bush or not. So it's a great indication of seeking out, it's in much the same way that Crying Man's gadget is used in that same instance to find people that are trying to be sneaky. It's definitely working out pretty well for INTZ, who have got 7 gems in the bag now. But now look at Crying Man's position there. That is very, very dangerous there with that super on hold now. And INTZ can't really push the middle right now.
Yeah, they won't win a straight-up engagement against SSG's composition, covering the fact that they have all these tools at their disposal to spot the attacks coming in. If SSG can get on INTZ, they will win that brawl. And I think INTZ are paying them that respect. So when Bobby and Crying Man are going aggressive and they have the position to stay alive, they will do so to try and get the lead and stay in the game.
Yeah, it's a bit, one thing that could go against SSG as Weeby misses a pull there. Important miss for SSG to capitalize on is the fact that a great start. Crying Man leaves gems in the middle, and the countdown now with SSG, and that there's enough that really INTZ can do from the middle to do anything about this now.
They're trying to find a kill. They get one member of SSG. They will be able to stop the countdown and go for a reset, but they're all in the spawn. Great pull from Bobby, able to find that kill, shut it all down, and SSG will take game number 2. The adaptations are working for INTZ, though. That's the big takeaway. Let's see if they can pull it back in game 3.
Wow, now the pressure now gotta be on INTZ. I mean, we're looking at now match point effectively.
Yes.
And this is the really important deciding factor now is, what do they do? Do they change brawler comp? Do they change strategy? Whatever they do, it's gotta be now, or this one's all over.
I know we had some doubts about the Mr. P. I think based on how SSG were trying to play that, I think they do actually need to keep it in. You could see how often SSG were trying to flank behind and apply pressure on the back line. If you don't have that scouting tool regularly up from the Mr. P's Robo-Porters, I think you will start to lose control much quicker than they did. So I'm not too concerned about the composition. I think that there's a few problems with the execution on it, mainly that there doesn't seem to be a massive damage threat on the side of INTZ. If they could find a way to maybe deal more damage to SSG, they could get more value out of the composition. I don't know if you think that needs a change of brawlers to make that happen, Ark, but I definitely think they need to keep Mr. P based on how SSG want to play this.
Reluctantly, I would tend to agree with that, actually. I think that I was a bit harsh on Mr. P earlier, but it definitely seemed like a bit more comfortable for INTZ in terms of kind of like how they were able to pressure Space Station Gaming in that game. So I actually do agree with that, and the gadget as well was causing a lot of problems for SSG with that additional damage and HP to be applied to a Porter. So I think that you're right in that respect for sure.
Well, there's no changes coming in, Ark, as we move into what could be the final game of today. Early gem lead start for Bobby. He's picked up 2. He's not been able to dodge out. Oh, 300 HP, 67. He's going to stay alive as he gets into cover and walks away with those gems. Now, Crying Man has that mid control. But great thing about Mr. P as well, he can't tuck into the corner because the briefcase just goes straight over. So I'm starting to see the value of this more and more. But now Crying Man is right on top of Marcel. He has to back off. It's the same problem INTZ have. They're great when they can play around the cover, but when they lose control of the spawner, lose control of mid, they cannot win the straight engagement and have so much difficulty on the retake.
Yeah, this is the thing. With Mr. P Super, when it's down, it can be troublesome, but if you can get that taken down from the source early on, Bobby under a lot of pressure there, does able just to survive, has to go for a little bit of comfort from OG's healing turret there, does survive, but only just.
But INTZ have never had mid control this game, Ark. They're 9 gems to nothing right now because they just can't sit in the middle. 10 to nothing. They can fully retreat. There's no way to counter it. Guidu doing his best to try and find some comeback. He pulls Bobby in, but there's no team to support him. And now the respawns are coming in. SSG have just dominated this final map, and they are going to walk away as the victors in this North American LATAM final.
Wow, what a display today from SSG, pulling out all the stops and taking it in the 4th set then today. I think they looked very comfortable. They had good, decisive decisions around the brawler comps and picks, and just a really, really great display from them today, and they can go home proud for sure.
So yeah, they win an effective inter-region clash that we had from their particular region, so they're going to be able to a bit of regional pride as well. There's the stats from the entire series, and as you see, INTZ actually ended up dealing... No, they didn't. They ended up dealing about 180 odd K less than... no, Space and Gaming ended up dealing about 180k less than the damage that was being able to provide from INTZ. The kills... it's a 20 difference. There's nothing major in there that tells me a domination. It was more about how these comps were being played and the pressure that was being exerted rather than the kills themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, just the adaptation, we saw a lot of changes, you've got to admit, from Space Station Gaming early on, changing brawler comps, you know, changing different people playing the same brawler, and so on and so forth. And I think those that ability to not really ever be too, you know, to not hold on to too much something that isn't working, to change it, to mix it up, and those things all came together today to make it a really great day for Space Station.
Well, that's all from myself and Ark for today. We're going to throw it over to Falcone to check in on what's happened and close out the day.
Thanks, Trid. That is going to be day 1 of the April finals over and done with an amazing performance there from Space Station Gaming to close out the day. We are going to take a little look at some of the last few things just to round out today. There you go, Space Station Gaming, $9,000 being taken home, along with 60 league points. And INTZ, it's not too shabby, $7,000 split between the teams, and another 50 points there. You know, we're not being too harsh on the losers, and some of these Robins with just a couple of teams in, they're still going to take away a lot of points just for qualifying. So congratulations to both of those teams. Now we'll take a look at the leaderboard, where Space Station Gaming is heading up the NA leaderboard now, closely followed by Omen Elite, and then Red Button and IX Gaming follow behind them. So Space Station Gaming looking like they are in a good spot. Those 90 points have made a huge difference for them. And we'll scroll down and see another couple of the teams there as well. Moving on, though, to the LATAM leaderboard that's going to come up in just a second. Here it is. INTZ again leading the way with a whopping 90 points compared to Red, Canids, Rysix, and Infinity Gaming, who are sitting quite far behind. So INTZ looking really, really good when it comes to the LATAM scene. If they can keep it up over the next couple qualifiers, they are going to have no problem, hopefully for them, qualifying to the global finals later this year. But we're going to have to wait and see for that one. Still plenty months of action left. But before we think about next month, let's think about tomorrow, as here is tomorrow's schedule beginning at 10 a.m. CEST. It's going to be PSG Esports up against Apto or APDO. And then it's the round robin, a little bit like today with Europe. We've got Jupiter in there as well. We will be seeing which of these teams are coming out on top and which of those teams is going to be at bottom of the pile. But there you go. That is today's show all done. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel if you don't want to miss a moment of the action. But from Woody, from Trid, from Ark, and for myself, we hope you've enjoyed the show, and we'll see you again tomorrow.